Welcome back to Curse, Code, and Crown, a live play Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition podcast featuring a fully original world and campaign. I am the wizard Cronox, observer of time. Curse, Code, and Crown features our regular voiceover artists and improvisers, Laura Elizabeth as Princess Gwendolyn, Tyler Hewitt as Makka Deathcap, and Ryan LaPlante as Duncan Danno, alongside our dungeon master, the incredible Tom McGee. So get ready for an adventure including thrills, chills, and hope for a brighter tomorrow. It's time for Curse, Code, and Crown!
So where we last left our adventurers, you had made your way through the Bone Spurs and were on a small boat that you'd picked up on the opposite shore, having left the Bone Spurs now under the care of some newly minted Dawnbreakers, a mix of Extratis troops and Dawnbreakers who had been trapped there for an extended period of time, with the promise that if anything went truly to hell, that your friends the Explorers would strip mine the place and blow it all to hell. But with the Bone Spurs and the world you knew at your backs, you set out towards the shore on your way to confront the sisters of the Covenant of Krekate. You're not quite sure what you'll do when you reach the Shadowlands, but you do know that given that they were part of the attack and also, of course, killed the Butcher, that they're a force that must be dealt with, or at least learned about, so you can learn what you need to do to defeat them. So the three of you find yourselves on a small boat approaching a shoreline. The shore is thick with trees, and as the kind of Bone Spurs again are like visible behind you, this wasn't as wide a distance as it was to your sort of previous shoreline of the byproduct, but it is still certainly a distance. It's not like you can yell back and be like, "We need help," but they're kind of on the horizon, but still visible. So before you stretches a long coastline of dense trees, and Makka, for you, this is almost a breath of fresh air, because even though you're at distance still, just you can kind of feel the teeming hum of life, and it's much closer to the cycle as you understand it and as you enjoy it. That said, things are a bit tense on the boat, particularly because, Makka, you kind of had to contend with leaving these undead creatures to protect the Bone Spurs, which, of course, sort of stands in stark contrast to the cycle and kind of how you think of it. And I think in terms of kind of the party, this is likely the first time that one of the edicts of Gwendolyn has really been in stark contrast to kind of your core belief system. And I know you, since the party kind of decided to let the people choose whether they would stay or go, it's not like she made the call alone. And if you'll remember from our previous session, you'd kind of put the onus on them for this is their decision. But needless to say, I imagine there's still some sense now of the fact that a bit of strangeness almost, because even though you were all kind of forced together by the events that occurred, ultimately you are still somewhat strangers to each other. You've been traveling together for a while, but particularly the further you get from byproduct and the sort of the realm of humanity, the further you get from the sense of kind of this is Gwendolyn's time and Gwendolyn's mission, and more towards, well, now I guess we're just all in this together. So I guess my question to you, Tyler, is there anything you think Makka would bring up on this sort of short voyage?
No, I don't think so. I think he said what he had to say back on the Bone Spurs. I think his decision to let them choose was kind of his final word on it. He won't forget that they made that choice. But no, he's not really holding anything back for a private conversation to talk to anyone about it or anything like that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Duncan, I imagine you're probably ruminating on the recruitment of new Dawnbreakers and kind of what it means to be setting up the order in a way that you won't be able to control. I think this quest has already taken all of you a bit further afield than you'd initially intended. But on the other hand, I think there's also likely some relief that there are people of honor and virtue in the world, the wider world, that you've been able to make contact with, and also having encountered Dawnbreakers of a bygone era is, I'm sure, a bit of a shock to the system. What do you think? What do you think Duncan's ruminating on this admittedly shortish trip to the coast?
Well, I mean, to fill his mind, he's probably just repairing his clothes, because there's no question between all the fights and shit that they just got torn up. So he's probably doing some nice stitch work just so that it's subtle. It's back to the normal magnificence of his usual uniform. He's got to show it off now that he won't have to wear a polar bear coat when it gets warmer. He's probably wishing he had more time to directly train people, but at the same time, directly training people produced a series of Dawnbreakers who were all kind of dicks and were useless. So it might be better for people to be out in the world being Dawnbreakers, just staying true to those oaths rather than trying to set up a whole bunch of other codes and rules. So I think he's leaning towards that as the only way to essentially create effective Dawnbreakers. But eventually he's going to have to circle back around to see how they're doing and maybe take some people out of the order, which is a weird thought.
Yeah.
And I imagine that it's that cycling, but he's not actively, he's trying to just stay in the moment, get shit done.
Absolutely. It's also very obviously difficult to predict that, given that, you just made them yesterday.
You don't have to answer now, but I am incredibly curious. Is that something Duncan has had to do before? Take someone out of the order?
I don't think so, just because being in the city, I imagine it's sort of like you're an aristocrat's son, you get fancy coppers, congratulations, you're
Yeah, I guess you're more socially insulated on Orville.
Yeah, and he wasn't in charge of the Dawnbreakers. I think if they'd put him in charge, he would have taken people out. But he was the guy who got ousted for trying to follow the rules.
That's right.
Because he believed in them.
Yeah. And I think as well, it's such an old order that it would be very difficult. It'd be very easy to be disillusioned by them. But I mean, the ironic thing to all of this is he got the biggest shit duty in Orville, but he still continued to be a Dawnbreaker. It's like any idealistic cop who really realizes how corrupt and broken the system is, but then still puts on the badge. There's something to that idea of being kind of trapped in that cycle. And yeah, I think there is a freedom now to, okay, well, I'm building this all on my own. And also, admittedly, you have no fucking clue what's happening in Orville. For all you know, all of the Dawnbreakers are dead now. But even over and above that, you kind of felt like the order had fallen anyway. So it's a fresh start.
Yeah, it's his side quest where he's I'll keep trying to build effective Dawnbreakers, but I'm saving Orville and I have to get the princess to be a decent princess.
Yeah, which ultimately, having a cool army of knights doesn't matter if the person leading them is a nightmare. So cool. And Gwendolyn, obviously a lot has changed for you over the past little while. Sort of, death and rebirth into armor aside, just kind of the constant tutelage of Duncan, which has shifted in character so much from when you were young. And from when it was kind of a softer, gentler, honestly more you-centric teaching. When you're just teaching someone to take over a shitty, corrupt kingdom, it's ultimately it's all about you. This is your time. I'm going to help you. Whereas now, the safety's off. Everything is high stakes and everything is very real, particularly for these places you're leaving behind. So you've got that. You're also contending with leadership and ruling for the first time. And at the same time, you're also starting to see the benefits of that. And I would say that on the Bone Spurs, Gwendolyn got her first real win as a ruler. It was one thing to kind of establish, okay, we're going to try and set up an order of equals and do all this. But I think, having that little girl admit that sort of your acceptance of your new state of being helped her contend with sort of an endless life of being that age is weirdly a very kind of personal way of seeing how leadership works and how you can be effective as a leader and example. So what do you think Gwendolyn's thinking about, and perhaps what do you think her biggest anxiety is right now?
It's funny that you say that because I think her anxiety is just increasing a lot. Like, she's had some experiences now that have gone like okay, and I think she's seen that, you know, she does have it within herself to like maybe, you know, do some good and lead. But I also think that she's aware of how little she knows about what's going on. And I think she feels like she's being led to something by these people, and like she doesn't know where she's going, basically. And that's kind of freaking her out, because I think every experience has felt like flying by the seat of her pants. Mm-hmm. And like, other than some kind of internal codes she's developing, maybe a little bit, like, that's still not totally ingrained in her.
Gotcha.
You know, yeah. So I think it's just like the unknown, and I think she's feeling like, fuck, like, I'm gonna like fucking blow something like big time at some point. It's gonna happen because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's her mindset. Woo!
Great. Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair. Particularly, again, there's something so it's hard, I think, for us to conceive of, because there's so much information available to us in kind of like in Canada, in like a Western society with wide access to information, very little regulation about information. Like we can learn about all these places that we're setting out to go. It's so much harder when you literally just see a shoreline with trees and you know that people live there. You have no idea who they are, what they are, or like what their creed or code is, or if you're expected to help or rule, or like what the fuck. So I think that's entirely fair. Okay, so with all of that in mind, as the small boat begins to approach the shore, you can see a rustling in the trees. They're very lush green trees. You can see kind of the leaves rustle. Some birds kind of fly up and away. And then suddenly a stream of brightly colored, flickering objects kind of come drifting out of the woods. And as they approach, you see they're actually butterflies of all different colors and hues. They're kind of brilliant wings sparkling in the sort of early morning sun. And they seem to be moving as a swarm, rather than kind of in the way that often you see bugs moving or birds kind of flying in formation. And this sort of swarm of butterflies begins to encircle the boat. Probably about a meter away from the edges of the ship. So it's not like they're, closing in. But before you know it, you have what would almost, in my head at least, looks like a sine wave in an audio file. Mm-hmm. So just kind of a constantly curving, moving sort of ring of these butterflies around the ship. What do you do?
Does Makka recognize this kind of behavior from insects or anything like that in nature?
Yeah, can you go ahead and roll me a nature check, please?
Yeah, I was going to say, Duncan just looks to Makka. Because if somebody's going to know, he's the only one who isn't from the Sky City.
18.
18, beautiful. So no, this doesn't, these aren't, you aren't familiar with this particular species. Although even then, it looks like a variety of butterflies. It's not just sort of one type. But you do recognize that this definitely doesn't look like a natural formation. This looks like a guided or controlled formation. For you, it likely evokes what you can do with your spores when you need to. So it definitely seems as though these creatures are being guided. This isn't natural behavior.
Okay.
Particularly because they're in such a, like, it's such an organized, like, the fact that it's exactly a meter out on all sides.
Right,
that they're
okay.
maintaining it. You know, they're not drifting around. They're maintaining.
Okay. I'll relay all that information to the group. I'll say,
This is not normal butterfly behavior. Someone is guiding them, or a consciousness is guiding them.
Do you have a way to speak with this guiding principle? It sounds like if you can do these sort of things with your spores, perhaps you should be the one to make first contact.
Yes, I will attempt to make contact.
and I'll cup my hands around my mouth and say,
Hello.
In my heart of hearts, I just want these butterflies to be like, hello. The pattern shifts slightly. It's almost as though there's still kind of a number of them flying around the ship, but a bunch of them seem to kind of almost form a mass near you, and kind of like focused, sort of flying information by you as the rest of them continue their rotation. Suddenly the mass bursts, almost in excitement, and you see kind of the entire pattern fall away, and the butterflies begin to like fly quickly back towards the shore.
Well, was that good or bad? What's your guess there, Sire Turtle?
I do not know.
Yep, entirely fair.
Well, it doesn't seem entirely hostile. Shall we continue, Francis?
Well, I mean, it's the only thing that's engaged us so far, so land ho, onward to land, to the land, following the butterflies.
Honestly, none of us are shit people, so I think we'll just go with all of the above.
right.
Agreed.
So as you land ho to the land, to the shore, I guess keep going. You see kind of coming towards the edge of the water, you can see the butterflies just beyond the tree line and seemingly coming closer. And then it almost feels like a trick of your eyes, but you actually see one of the trees step forward. And you see, kind of as you continue to focus on it, that it's less a tree and more a very tree-like being. So kind of very tall, long, kind of clearly made of wood, so sort of living wood, long arms that kind of reach almost to the ground, long, thin legs. We're not talking like ant height, like this isn't like a massive fucking tree monster. This is just kind of like probably like an 8 foot tall sort of arboreal creature. That's
It's like a Christmas tree monster rather than an ant.
Yeah, I mean, in sort of the image for this one, think like a birch tree if the trunk was fairly thick, and then like the arms and legs were just kind of regular thin birch tree lengths.
Cool.
And you can see it's kind of got like the classic like tree creature branch hair. But there's no kind of discernible face. It's just birch bark. So I think for particularly Duncan and Gwendolyn, your eyes would naturally be trying to, as we always do when we like look at clouds or anything else, as humans, you would naturally be trying to kind of put together a face from where the divots in the birch bark are. And there's enough to be like, that's kind of where I think eyes are, and that's kind of where I think mouth is, but it's not like, you know, oh, he's got a wooden smiley face that's very easy to track. It's actually very disconcerting, I think, particularly for you, Gwendolyn, which is ironic because you live in a suit of armor now. But as someone who is kind of used to a more stable world, it's a bit wacky. Duncan, I think the greater concern for you is you don't know where you stab this thing to make it die. As a duelist, it's useful that you can see the limbs. But realistically, all the places you would normally aim a killing strike don't exist. They're center mass-ish, so maybe that, but
Yeah, in his head, he's like, okay, I got 2 flasks of oil, so I might be able to set this guy on fire. But then he's looking at all the other trees and running some numbers. He's like, I don't think we're going to win a tree fight. Like, that's where his brain's at right now.
Makka, I don't think you're familiar with... You wouldn't have met these creatures before in your...
No, but I'm thinking of flexing a muscle that I haven't had to flex in like a long time.
Makka's penis slowly rises.
Yes, the penis is a muscle, everyone.
He took 2 ranks in Lorax, so now he's going to speak for the trees.
Maybe. These creatures are within earshot.
Yes. I'm going to say the boat is... If we're talking turns, like you're 3 turns from shore, you're definitely drifting in for like a... Jesus, I also don't know boat terms, I guess. Like, you're drifting in for a bump up against the shore and get off.
Yeah.
Well,
Naval parlance is such a beautiful language.
Yeah, truly.
Going in for a bump up against the thing, land ho to the land, let's go to the land.
All right, everyone prepare for the bump and get off. That's how it's described by the Orwellian Navy, or as I like to call him, that one fisherman who didn't realize the fish were sort of robots.
Yeah. The swan boat drivers. They're like, look out for the bump and step.
So Makka is going to try speaking to this tree creature in Sylvan. That's the language of fae and fairies. Because fairies, as we all know, they'll make their homes in mushrooms and toadstools and things like that. So he's met a fairy once or twice. And he'll just try saying hello once again.
Because it went so well the first time.
I was going to say, Tyler, what does Sylvan sound like coming out of a turtle?
Oh, that's a good question. Because I don't think it's going to be like Tinkerbell sounds or anything like that with his mouth open.
It's not like...
Yeah, I think it's going to almost sound... I think the language of fairies is mysterious and imperceptible in some ways. So I think coming from an ancient turtle who is kind of made of nature and the land to an extent, it kind of just sounds like a very, very low, like grumbling and moaning sort of atone, almost like Gregorian chants, but like less.
I like that a lot.
Less pageantry to it. So it's just kind of like mo, and that might in this case mean like hello, we mean you no harm.
Cool. So the creature seems to like nod kind of with its whole body vaguely emphatically, and you can tell again based on its the sort of like size and length of its limbs, like these things are like long strider types. There doesn't look, or at least for this particular creature, there doesn't seem to be a lot of like agility. So it's not like a fast, like, oh yeah, it also doesn't have a neck. So there's just kind of a full body kind of reaction. And then Duncan and Gwendolyn, you hear a vaguely musical sound similar to what you would hear through like panpipes or any like proper, just pure wood and air instrument. And it sounds vaguely of the rustle of trees and wind. But it seems to be an answer to Makka. And Makka, you hear kind of as you're... Do you think you just purely understand it, or is this like your brain quickly translates for you kind of deal?
I think Makka did not know this language when he was living his old life or anything like that. I think when he became part of the swamp and part of the cycle, he was kind of almost introduced to the fae of the swamp.
Love it.
And learned from there.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's spoken to a fairy or any kind of fae creature in some time. So he's probably pretty rusty.
Cool. Okay. So in your head, you hear, yes, hello. Hail and well met, fair turtle. It is excellent to see you. I'm my scouts here, and you can see they gesture to the butterflies, and as they do so, they seem to swirl around the hand and kind of up the shoulder and along, then kind of off the other hand. He said, my scouts informed me of your arrival, and I was so happy that you're able to greet us in our own language. I know the tongue of the root folk can be difficult for those of your particular genealogy. Some of your other emissaries have had quite a difficult time, but I appreciate you making the effort. He just kind of points to the shoreline and says, please bring your vessel up. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Your timing is absolutely impeccable. And if you can just have your lowborn slaves bring your whatever amount of the Sandara you've brought with you to shore, honestly, your timing is impeccable.
What was that term they just used? Sandara?
Yeah, Sandara.
Sandara? I, as a player, don't know that. Does Makka know what that means?
He does not.
No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. That said, you do know that
write that down.
the consortium of Bleen is kind of known far and wide as traders and brokers. Mm-hmm. So it's not, you don't know what this particular item is, but also, like, if we're thinking them in kind of Amazon terms, it literally is like, it makes perfect sense to you that someone would be expecting a very specific thing from turtles who are arriving on their shore, in the same way that if you got a knock on the door and someone was there with a package, you're like, ah, yes, the package I ordered. And you're dressed as, a delivery person, so clearly you're delivering the thing I ordered.
Oh, man, I wore my brown shorts.
Yeah, well, if you find anything spooky, at least you'll be dressed for it. So he kind of gestures to the shoreline, and you can see that the butterflies kind of almost create, for lack of a better term, like a runway. So they begin to create in a video game, this would be like, your objective's over here lines. But just kind of guidance, you can see as you kind of see where they're guiding you, there's like rocks that are closer to the surface underwater, sunken logs, that sort of thing. So they've kind of created a pathway to get you to the shore with least resistance.
Okay. In Sylvan, I will respond.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this beautiful language once again. It has been some time.
And then in common, I will turn to my friends and say,
We have been given permission to
look around.
make the boat go on the ground. Yes.
Oh, yeah, the dragon stop. Yeah, I'm ready for that. Don't worry. So I'll steer the rudder to do a drag and stop to where I drag the boat to where we stop after we hit the ground.
It is truly majestic. The root folk scout kind of steps into the water as you get a bit closer, and extending long branched arms. It was imperceptible at distance, but you can actually see that the arms do end in fingers, but unlike sort of human hands where we've got like the opposable thumb and then 4 digits, much like kind of how you'd expect branches off a tree, it essentially has fingers at all angles. So it just kind of uses those to kind of help guide and pull the ship in with surprising strength for such a lean creature. You obviously, like, for now at least, until you figure out a way for the others to communicate, I'm just going to speak in common, but assume that anytime they're speaking in Sylvan, for now at least. He says, yes, your lowborn helmsman does an excellent dragon stop. That is fine form for such a primitive creature. Excellent. You've trained them well. And he kind of pulls the boat up on the onto the shore.
I will nod to this tree creature, but then I'll turn to my friends, and just so that they're on the same page, I'll say,
This creature, this tree, considers you to be less than, by nature of being human, it seems. They consider you beneath me, beneath them. I must say I have not had much interaction with other creatures, but this is a common sentiment regarding humans.
I'm sorry, do they know who I am?
No. No, they will not know who you are.
They also might not care who you are. I mean, I'm
Well,
not
that was
crazy.
my next question.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about being considered some sort of, like, lesser than creature. But at the same time, if we've got to get past these trees to get to the Covenant of Cricket, perhaps we need to play into this?
Are we in any danger because we're, like, less than?
No more danger than you would feel from a lower being.
So, like, they're as afraid of me as I am of, like, a sparrow or a fish?
It seems that way so far, yes.
All right, well,
All right, okay. I'm not...
I, like, cover up
I'm
my
just
weapons.
saying, if, like, a fish dies, like, we're not, like, crying about it.
No, we would probably eat it.
Okay, well, make it really clear then that I guess we're your fish. I don't want him to think that we're like fish you found, that you're just like bringing along for fun. Like, I want us to be your favorite fish.
Yes. In a way, you already are. Yes.
And like Makka like smiles, thinking like he's endeared himself to you guys, being like, that was a nice moment we just had.
I was gonna say, Duncan will accept that moment for exactly what it is, because he understands the cultural differences here.
Great.
I just kind of have my mouth open and kind of like, well, I guess I'm going along with this.
Which is amazing, because for us, you're just a mask that can't move its face.
Yeah, incidentally, we all have a really, really good visual basis for Gwendolyn right now because we're all wearing masks all the time.
Yeah.
Cool. So the root folk introduces himself as Bromeliad. And he explains to you, Makka, that he's one of several scouts kind of posted along the shoreline. There hasn't been anyone really arriving this way in some time, but nevertheless, the root folk remain vigilant because one never knows, and it would seem that in this case, it was for the best because they have been desperate for more Sundara and have been a little bit. You get the sense from his tone a little bit irked that they haven't received any lately.
Makka, I'm sorry to say, being like the go-between for like a social interaction, he's not going to be as careful and sensitive as I want him to be. I think he's just going to, at this point, say, because it's been mentioned twice and he doesn't know what it is, he's just going to say,
What is Sundara?
If a tree could split into a sardonic grin, this one would. And he kind of gestures to your boat and he says, you have some on you. Clearly you've brought some with you. Why have your slaves not gathered it? Also, how much could you possibly bring in that small boat? Have you found a way to pack it more compactly?
This is not our boat. It is one that was gifted to us.
I see, but the Sundara is coming.
What is the Sundara?
And he kind of slows his pace a bit and says, "You are from the consortium of Bleen, yes?"
Only indirectly. I am very loosely associated with them. They come to me for funeral rites and medicine.
Medicine. Okay, well, this is honestly a bit above my root grade. I'm gonna take you to the Baroness. We can kind of let her sort this out. Please, this way. And his entire bearing kind of changes. It goes from being like, hooray, you're here, to kind of, come with me immediately. We have things to do now. So the three of you are led by Bromeliad into kind of like deeper into the trees. And even though if any of you were to probably, except maybe Makka, but Duncan and Gwendolyn, this is a lot of nature for people who aren't used to this. You're used to the very manicured gardens of Orvel, not the wilds of actual forests. But following Bromeliad, you're able to actually see that there were very clear pathways through this. They just haven't been cleared. So unlike a kind of, if you think of like a forest path where in a preserve or something, or where there's a lot of foot traffic and there's very clearly a like footpath that's been dug out, that doesn't exist here, but you begin to see the logic of it. There are obviously places that are much easier to move through, and as Bromeliad kind of leads you along, you start to realize that there is a logic to the way he's guiding you. And similar to kind of the path in from the water, it seems they've just used nature to their advantage to create what would seem to be an unpassable or very difficult terrain kind of situation into a much more movable one. Eventually, though, you come to a massive wooden arch that seems to be made of several different kinds of wood. That sort of reaches up in an arc.
We're getting some barks from Ripley right now, so Tom has, out of courtesy, muted his mic.
Ripley, the sounds of the woods. There are the yips of dogs in the distance, threatened by people in hallways or delivery men of the forest.
There she is. Hi, Ripley.
Some fairies, other trees. The famed dog squirrels of the singing tree forest.
Yes, for which the Ontario beer barking squirrel is named. So you see this massive wooden arch of a multitude of different types of wood that have been sort of carved and shaped, and it's almost a runic language. So it's not, images so much, but similar to kind of Norse runes. You can't read it, but it is clearly a signpost of some sort. If you were to venture a guess, it's as close to a welcome gate as you're likely to find. And the Bromeliad turns and just says, please welcome. Normally we have a few rituals and greetings, but time is of the essence. So welcome to Haven Grove. This is the sort of the main city of the Root folk, and where we conduct our affairs when affairs must be conducted. So he mentions that this is Eastgate.
I was going to say, Tyler, can we just assume that you're doing that like running translation UN thing?
Yeah.
Great.
It's going to be exhausting both for me and for any listener to listen to Makka.
Oh, no, we don't need to. I'll just assume
explain.
You're slowly mumming the right amount and then saying words that are being said.
And you'll let us know if there's anything you choose not to translate.
Yeah, that's much better use of all of our times and ears.
Cool.
So you're led through Eastgate into the city of Haven Grove. City is an odd term for this because everything is still nestled amongst the trees. It's not like there's a massive amount of clearings. No one's done any sort of landscaping, but you do see domiciles set up throughout. You get the sense that these serve more a formal purpose than a practical one, given that these creatures are arboreal by nature. They don't necessarily need a place to sleep that isn't the forest. And yet there are what look like houses almost set up sort of throughout, and you see sort of low-lying buildings. Think kind of closer to a longhouse than anything else. Not really any sense of two-story buildings. Everything seems to be kind of one story. But most notably, they're all absolutely festooned in shells and feathers. And if you think almost what you would see in a bird's nest, they're all very, very ornate. Despite being very natural, there's a tremendous amount of decoration that seems to have been done, as well as carvings and the like. So it's a confusing city to navigate because it is so wild compared to kind of planned cities. But you can definitely see there is a logic to it. As you make your way through, you do finally come to a pathway that has legitimately been cleared. Duncan, it evokes for you almost a parade route. Like it's just kind of a wide, direct path that ends in a sort of massive building, the largest you've seen. And it's the only thing you've seen to date that has stonework. It has a massive stone archway built into the front. Think like a Stonehenge, kind of like two big stones, one big one across the top, and then the rest is wood. But in the center of this kind of pathway, there's that building kind of to the north. As you kind of look down it, there seems to be a pool, sort of in the middle of the path, halfway between you and what you can, I think, safely assume to be kind of a state building. And it's a naturally occurring pool. Unlike a lot of the stuff around here, it does have a fairly, like, there's clearly been a lot of foot traffic around it over the years. But it is very much like a secret glade type situation where, you know, even though the area around it is clear, it still doesn't look like it's been carved out. It's just a naturally occurring pond. And the trees all around you still reach up into a high canopy. So everything is kind of lit through that beautiful sunlight filtered through trees kind of way. And the butterflies, similar to the ones you saw earlier, kind of seem to drift through the air. And then occasionally you'll see a number of them start to coalesce somewhere. And you get the sense that, similar to how Bromelia had used them to kind of investigate you, it almost seems like there's just a supply of these butterflies kind of drifting through the air for various purposes. So Bromelia gestures. He says, "This is the path of splendor, and it is an honor to walk it. So I do ask that you observe the reverence of such an event. I know it likely means less to you than it does to the root folk, but for us, this is a sacred place." But if you'll follow me, I'll take you to the Baroness.
Yes, please do, and we will carry ourselves with reverence through this place.
Cool.
As we've made our way from the East Gate to the Path of Splendor, have we seen any non-root folk people in Haven Grove?
That's a good question. No, you have not.
Okay, so we're basically the only ones.
Yeah, you're the only non... so you've seen the butterflies, you've seen the root folk. You have seen wildlife from time to time, kind of darting through the trees, the barking squirrels and such. But you can hear, like, the for lack of a better term, kind of the cacophony of conversation. It's still this very kind of beautiful wind through wood kind of sound, but you can hear multiple. Like, it's one thing when one person's doing it; it sounds very beautiful and melodic. But you're in a city now, so it's just a bunch of fucking people talking in Sylvan, and as a result, it's almost like when there's a ton of cicadas, kind of in the height of summer, where it's just like a constant oppressive thing. Or, you know, if you've ever been to a waterfront festival, pretty much anywhere in Canada, there's like 80 fucking people with pan flutes doing like the Kill Bill song in different places at different times, trying to sell CDs. It's that kind of vibe. It's very loud. It's not like so loud that you're deafened, but it is definitely it is a constant thing that you have noticed.
All right.
Duncan makes a note in his head that he shouldn't whistle any music here because he might say something terrible in a foreign language.
It's not a bad baseline. As you're led down the Path of Splendor, you begin to see other root folk kind of going about their business, and you can see that they're seemingly based on all manner of different trees. Some are very stocky and short. You see one that looks like it's almost been cleaved in half at some point. Some are very tall and spindly. Some are very humanoid in shape and size. And it would seem that though Bromeliad looks like he lacks much agility, some of them definitely look very fast, and you get people brush past. There are definitely looks towards you all. This does seem like an out of the ordinary occurrence in Haven Grove. It's not every day you see outsiders, so there's definitely some strange looks. But much like any big city, people are busy and they're going about their business. Gwendolyn, can you roll me a perception check, please?
Yes. 3. No, 13. I'm blind. Thanks.
Feels hard to see out of armor.
Yeah.
So you start to notice, and Makka, you notice very soon thereafter. Duncan, I don't think this is something you'd necessarily give a shit about. But you start to see faces as you make your way through. And a lot of them look very worn. But basically, you can see that a lot of the root folk seem to have painted a semblance of face onto their trunk. So it looks, Gwendolyn, to your eye, it's not dissimilar from the courtly bullshit you dealt with in Orville, where people were over painted. So think like, if we're talking kind of historical context, Court of the Sun King style meets Hunger Games, Pan Am, kind of like very, very over the top, over colorful, probably fairly garish to kind of modern makeup sensibilities, but just big, like, big flashes of green near where eyes would be and all manner of things. Now, this isn't to say they've drawn like eyes and a mouth or anything. They've left space for a mouth and space for eyes, but it's almost like they've created masks for themselves. And it looks similar to kind of a lot of paint that's been on something too long, as though it's worn off kind of over time. So Gwendolyn, that's kind of what you get from it. Makka, you're more familiar with this actually as you look, because you realize fairly quickly that in some cases, not all, some of them seem to almost be like a berry or something that they've sort of used to dye these masks on. But the fancier looking ones seem to be made of some sort of spore culture, and it seems as though they're using sort of a mix of spores and moss to create these visages, as it were. But again, you see very few of those, and the ones that do almost seem to like nod to you as you walk by.
Okay.
I'll
nod back with just as much subtlety.
Cool. Great.
Yeah, and Duncan I think he's not seeing any sort of societal importance, but he is really glad to see like 4 or 5 of them where they've identified where the eyes are on the trees, so he can try to map that out to the rest. He's like, oh, thank justice. Okay, so that's where you stab them if they turn into a problem.
Great.
Yeah, of course.
Duncan, can you roll me an insight check, please?
That's a 23.
Cool.
Damn.
Nice.
So you track that, and it does seem to be fairly uniform. They do all seem to have placed their face in roughly the same spot. So I'm going to say, well, you still don't know if that'll actually drop them. The fact that they all seem to do it the same way is telling of something. But I would say if you're actively trying to sort this out, then look for an opportunity to test where they can see from. Just as a hold forward for you as a sort of sub-objective to kind of figure out, do they have complete 360 vision or what's the deal there? I think you've probably been watching Bromeliad move just to kind of get a sense of what he's capable of. Their joints do seem to be kind of multifaceted. Like when he's kind of walking normally, it's in a very kind of humanoid way, but you've seen him like basically back hinge his arms and legs a few times to get through things. A good visual for how he walks is Jack Skellington from The Nightmare Before Christmas. It's a very like gangly walk, but
nice.
Given the way his thumbs and hands seem to work and the way you've seen his elbows move, it's not outside the realm that these things might have full awareness, but you're not sure. So
cool.
something to keep in mind. Cool. Okay. So he leads the three of you down the path of splendor. And as you kind of make your way through, you start to see that additional decoration seems to be being set up along the pathway. More of these kind of carved wooden, think like similar to a totem pole, but without any animal, like totemic animals carved into it, but like very ornate carved tree trunks, essentially poles, that are festooned with bright colors and shreds of fabric. It's one of the first times you've seen sort of for lack of a better term, a processed material in this place. And it looks almost like small flags and pinions are being set up along the route.
I kind of whisper to Duncan, just kind of as an aside, like, do you think these tree trunks used to be, like, alive?
Honestly, I have no idea. This could be a graveyard. These could be decorative sculptures. They could be trapped magically. I know so little about trees. I'm going to be honest, I looked up dwarves and elves. Very knowledgeable. Talking trees that sing like a flute were not on my list of expertise. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah, no, well, me neither, obviously.
Well, do they have faces on them? Because we saw a few with faces.
No, they got these markings.
Maybe they're proto-faces. This is the beginning. Maybe they evolved from these. Maybe these are the primogenitors of the tree people.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out whether we're going to die.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's unlikely, but you can never be sure. So I'd say set about 30% it's on the table. That's a good neutral.
Great. That helps.
Yeah, honestly, you should stay there even if it's just you and I alone in the room. That's how you stay alive.
Are you going to kill me?
No, but that's also what I'd say if I was going to kill you. That's why you've got to stay 30% ready at all times.
God.
What
Thank
if
you for making
a
this
shape
more
changer
confusing.
had become me and went into a room with you?
Well, then it wouldn't be you in the room with me.
Well, according to you, it would be. I mean, I'd know, or I'd more likely be dead. Shape changers are really sneaky.
All right. So us together in a room, you know you're you know you're me. How likely is it that you're going to kill me?
Well, I'd say minimal, but I mean, what have you done that day? Did you declare that, like, Orville legalized slavery again? Because then I might have to, according to the code.
No, I mean, but yeah, okay, but now what if I'm, like, possessed or something by someone else and, like, they're making me say these things?
Well, that'd be strange, but possible. So I guess I probably wouldn't kill you, but I might take you alive, and then I would have to interrogate you to figure out if you know what you know or if you know what a sorcerer would know.
Well, okay, I'm done with this. Let's just move on.
All right, yeah, we're safe. He'll turn and just keep walking.
Great. I can't believe you guys figured out my shape changer what did you do today scheme. You've solved my puzzle for Act 3.
Well done. Well done, everyone.
Yeah, so we'll just call that a wash. The root folk give you Orville back, you win. I don't know. Whatever.
Take that, you shape change, and what have you done today, slavery plan?
So you, as you approach the pool, Bromeliad kind of slows his pace a bit and kind of gestures to keep a wide berth of it, to kind of stay away. So you begin to kind of skirt the edge of this pathway. It kind of inclines up towards it a little bit, so it's actually pretty easy to avoid. Gwendolyn, can you roll insight for me, please?
Yeesh. Nat 20.
Very good. As you approach the pond and begin to make your way around it, you can feel your armor begin to hum a little bit.
A pleasant hum?
It's not unpleasant, but it's it seems to just be kind of reacting in some way to it. I think a good way of putting this would be like if there was an incredibly minor tremor So it's almost like your whole, not that you are experiencing a tremor, but like if the ground was shaking just ever so slightly.
Yeah.
And you can see kind of a, almost like a golden shimmer across the surface of it as you pass. And you get the sense that with the nat 20, the magic in your armor seems to be reacting to the pond in some way. And you get the sense that there is tremendous magic in that water.
Ooh.
I will, however, say that your sword is not glowing as it did around the Necrotis. So it's not like oh no, it's Necrotis water.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
But you're just, it's being now kind of made of magic. I think also not really knowing how to control that yet. Your armor is responding to it.
Okay. I whisper. I'm like, ooh, we've got magic. A lot of magic here. Just saying.
Thanks for the update. That's actually very useful to know. Don't feel embarrassed about it. It feels like you're embarrassed for having said it.
I just don't know what the hell's going on, and I'm feeling a little weird.
That's good. Use that. And then just keep following.
Great. Duncan, you probably eyeball the water as you go by. It's incredibly dark water. But to your eye, nothing particularly special or magical about it. That said, it does evoke for you a little bit the Orville Town Square that you used to go and sit and glower at all the time. Because it does seem like this is kind of the center of Haven. And if the center of Orville was where you would stick the armor, then like if that's where you'd put Solaris's armor, it would make sense that this is something equally important to the root folk. You're just not sure what.
Yeah, so Duncan takes the gold piece that he was going to throw into the pond to make a wish, and he puts it back in his pocket, figuring he should not open with that.
Good call.
But if it's allowed later, he would like to make a wish.
Cool. Makka, I think for you, they're not whispering to you. They're kind of following behind you. You're kind of weirdly kind of leading the charge on this one. Is there anything you think you'd be doing as you go along this pathway?
Just trying to take it all in as much as possible. Open like every sense I have available to me to absorb this culture, this phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
That's like all the like five senses, and then like also like the cluster and things like that as well, just to learn as much as I can as quick as I can. It's quite fascinating to Makka that nature could behave in this way.
Mm-hmm.
And by nature, it's like almost everything is natural to some degree, but this is like that more raw, unrefined nature that he's used to living in.
Mm-hmm. I will say
structured as a society is very intriguing to him.
The ornamentation is not like the methodology. Sorry, the actual ornamentation isn't familiar to you, but the methodology behind it is, because that's kind of how you treat ornamentation as well, to some extent, but kind of writ large. You have also noticed that aside from Gwendolyn and what Duncan's got on him, there's no metal anywhere that you've seen. Everything is natural, and even though the sort of pinions and things seem to be processed in some regard, they're all natural. Obviously, there's not like fucking nylon in Gren, but very much this is much more comfortable territory for you. So you approach the sort of large wooden building, and he basically says like Bromeliad kind of brings you to the door, and he says, beyond here lies the pod, which is our sort of seat of power. It's where the Baroness conducts her business and where we, our government and our officials come to meet. It is also home to some more sacred and more sort of secret elements of our society that I will ask you not to infringe upon. He kind of looks to the three of you and he's like, the one who is in armor, I assume she is your protector, your defender?
We all protect each other. In equal measure.
He kind of nods with his whole body and says, yes, that is the best way of doing things. You are very compassionate to your slaves. That is admirable.
Thank you.
Because like a little uncomfortable with the word slave being thrown around so much.
Yeah. Well, weirdly, you get the sense he's kind of also uncomfortable about being in the presence of someone who has slaves. Like there's just a weird like cultural miscommunication of both of you just kind of being like,
Okay.
Right.
If Makka's getting that sense, I think he'll try to, even though we've agreed to like play up this charade, Makka, if he's detecting that, might sort of conspiratorially like lean in and say like,
I consider these two to be my equal. We operate under consensus. Yes, not as a master to a slave.
You see his like tree-like shoulders like relax by about an inch. He says, "Oh, you'll have to forgive me. We too believe in working together as equals rather than forcing other creatures to do our bidding. We work with our sort of flighted friends," and he gestures to the butterflies, and says, and though we curate them, we certainly enrich their existence as well. It's like, you'll have to excuse my ignorance. Seeing lowborn, and he gestures to the two of them, he said, in my experience, they've only ever been slaves, so I merely assumed that you use them for the same purpose.
okay, Makka's shoulders will relax in equal measure. Relaying that information to the gang. I think we can agree that we can maybe drop the slave retinue.
Yeah, I don't think we put that much into
Yeah.
the bet, so I think we can let that one go. But could you check something for us? He said humans had only been used as slaves. Does that mean someone is actively using humans as slaves right now? Either tree people or nearby the tree people?
And Bromeliad, I'll say that.
Yeah, Bromeliad kind of shakes his form. I kind of imagine that all of his head gestures are like Michael Keaton Batman, where the cowl was affixed,
the
so he has to
move
just
with
like
the head. Yeah.
yeah. Which truly was the best whenever he was in the Batwing, and he had to like full body turn. Delightful.
That's very good.
Yeah. So he kind of shakes his head and says, "No, we have not seen." Sorry, you refer to them as humans.
Yes.
Humans. Interesting. You can see him kind of like mutter it to himself a couple times, trying to get it to stick. He says, "Right, humans. We have not seen in some time, but no one nearby has any that we know of. The closest humanoids that we have encountered are the Coven, but they are something much more than these." In any case, I merely ask because the presence of this one might be disturbing to the Baroness and some of our kin. Metals are abhorrent to our people. So I guess sorry in advance, but also don't be a dick about it.
We will endeavor not to be dicks about it.
And he doesn't smile because he can't, but you get like almost like a contemplative Kermit the Frog, like nod, and
I was gonna say, Duncan buttons up his Prowler Bear coat and like pulls the sleeves down over the coppers so that he's as hidden as he can be.
Yeah, I will say it is hot in these woods. So yeah,
it's gonna suck.
You do that, but it is yeah, it's not fun.
Do you have your
I'm all
do you have your
right.
cloak? Yeah. Do you have your cloak, Gwendolyn?
Yeah, I'd still have it on.
Oh, you have it on. Okay, even better.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I would. Yeah, I'm always gonna have it on unless I feel like it's necessary to like
Get naked.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the scientific term.
Get naked.
Get naked. Get naked. It's a sequel to Get Shorty. So you enter into the pod, which is a truly impressive architectural feat for a wooden structure. It's almost think a cathedral if it was made of kind of wood that had been sort of bent inward and sort of lashed together. So it does come to kind of a triangular point. There are skylights that seem to have just been carved at angles that the sun can pass through. And you can kind of see reflecting pools set up throughout to cast light. The central chamber is definitely a greeting space. There's a throne kind of at the north end of the room. Doors on either side of the throne that seem to lead further into the structure. And the butterflies kind of swirl through the air almost like dust motes. There are root folk kind of in small clusters discussing things. You can see there seems to be a great deal of planning going on, hustle and bustle, but you're kind of led past that by Bromeliad to the throne. So seated on the throne is a sort of a huge kind of twisting mass of vines. These trees are very common in Costa Rica, but it's basically a weird parasitic tree that grows around another tree. Mm-hmm. So kind of made of a variety of those bound together. Almost think like roped muscle if it was made of wood. And very wide, huge thick legs, huge thick arms, and the most complete face you've seen to date, but kind of stretched out because the Baroness is such a massive tree. It's a big fucking face, and kind of spread out over almost more of the body than you'd think. It's like a lot of the this is a weird analogy, but a lot of the times in like fantasy stories, there's like the mud monster or like the rock monster where the face is just like most of its like upper chest. It's that kind of situation. Big, violet purple flared, kind of like what would be eyeshadow. You can see a tremendous amount of kind of like rouge and white. The mouth seems to be curved into a perma smirk, and outlined in kind of a thick blue. Unlike a lot of the other creatures you've seen to date, the Baroness does not. Her makeup doesn't seem to be smudged or faded at all. It looks very, very fresh. And as you approach, to your surprise, the smile actually widens. And the sort of eyeshadow adjusts slightly to almost a look of bemusement. And in booming common, she says, "Ah, good. The turtles see fit to make good on their end of our arrangement at last." And she kind of gestures with a massive trunk. And again, as you watch the sort of rooted ends of it all flicker in different directions. Unlike Bromeliad, who seem to almost have like hands with fingers, this literally seems like the end of her hands are just vines. And she gestures to the court and she says, court has been rather shabby of late, and it will do me no end of joy to see their faces improved at last. Bring forth the Sundara. And then she just kind of stands there staring at you.
And Duncan's going to look at Makka and be like, are you going to take this? Do I? Because she can speak common. How do you want to play this?
I still do not know what this Sundara is.
I think it might be makeup.
What is makeup?
I think
It's like stuff that you put on your face that like accentuates like your features.
it's like face paint,
Like
but
paint.
it makes your face look more like you want your face to look if you're rich.
He'll touch his fingers to the symbol of Jossie on his forehead and say,
Ah, yes, like the holy symbol of Jossie, the crescent moon.
Exactly.
Yeah, but like more vanity.
Yeah, if you're like the crescent moon of Jossie, only you're like, I think my nose looks too big and my cheekbones aren't sharp enough, so I'm going to contour it.
and Makka will look back to this huge makeup face of like this tree and say,
Her features must have been truly enormous before that much makeup was placed on her visage. Yes, I see now.
You just hear Bromeliad mutter, "Oh, I guess maybe don't be a dick means something different in Tortle," as this massive baroness like rises and just says, "To describe the ritual of Sundara as mere vanity is blasphemy. We do it to honor Leonea." And then she like slams her fist into the ground, and the earth beneath your feet rumbles, and immediately court falls silent. And she extends one arm, and all the vines kind of twist to a point. And she just points at you, Makka, and says, "The consortium knows the arrangement all too well, and we have upheld our part. Why have our shipments ceased? And why do you come here to have debates in the presence of me?"
I think that will kind of shake Makka back to the more pressing matters at hand, and he'll say, I just flipped back to check the name. I
Sure.
believe it is
Umos is dead. She was killed in Orville, the city of humans in the sky. I am not here representing the consortium of Bleen. I am here to represent the cluster, and Jossie, and the cycle of life and death. All of these things are endangered and at risk currently due to a force we do not fully understand.
The Baroness, the entire area around her eyes shifts to indicate an eye roll, like the entire color turns up and over, and she slumps back down into the throne. You feel the room kind of shudder, and she just goes, "Oh, stop saying words I don't understand or care about. You are not with the consortium? Fuck." And you can see part of her like mouth blue lipstick piece is beginning to kind of gray and almost flake off. And she just like throws up an arm and snaps the vines, and suddenly two very, very spry, thin little tree people come like rushing out with like a pot, and begin like dabbing more of it on. Makka, you definitely recognize this pot. You don't really know what the fuck Sundara is, but it's very similar to the vessels that you've kept a lot of your things in back home, and And it's one of the ways that you actually keep kind of, I assume for a lot of the burial rituals and that sort of thing, you would have cultivated spores that weren't just kind of your person. It definitely, it's got kind of that, it's an earthenware sort of pot with a stopper, and it looks incredibly familiar. You've seen these things forever, and people from the consortium bring them to you, you refill them, they come and go.
So they're just containers,
Yeah.
as far as I can tell.
But it's definitely like a turtle
Maker.
okay, a turtle product. Okay.
Yeah. Can you roll me a perception check, please?
Not great at all. Actually, I've got a decent bonus. That's 14.
14. You see that it's got a label affixed to it that's clearly like a consortium of Bleen label, but you think you can see the edge of something under it.
Baroness, may I approach? This item is familiar to me, and I would like to observe it closer, that I might be of some assistance to you.
Bromeliad kind of steps forward and says, Mistress, in Sylvan, obviously not common, he says, Mistress, I did observe that the turtle seems to have a variation of Sandara on his person. He may be able to at least advise us on how to make what we have last, at least until the shipment arrives. She kind of nods and then gestures for him to fuck off, then says, You may approach, disappointing turtle.
Yes, thank you.
And I'll come up. Can I get a closer look at this?
Sure. So as soon as she's done, she gestures, and one of the little like wispy thin tree people hands you the jar, and your heart falls because as soon as you get this close, you can feel almost a moan in the cluster. Your spores react. And it's not painful, but it's discordant. If kind of the standard cluster experience is kind of a harmonic feel, this just something feels off. Your sort of entire spore network that's kind of on you is disturbed by this. And upon looking at the jar more closely and beginning to peel the label away, which does say, it says like Sandara for great beauty on the label. Underneath, you see just the edge of kind of a yellowed paper that you recognize as the way you indicate how best to use spores in the consortium to cure ailments and to help people. This might be one of your jars.
This is medicine? Or no, I don't know that the contents are medicine, but this is one of my jars that formerly held medicine or an unguent of some kind.
It's the kind of thing that would have come and gone through your kind of swamp hermitage at some point.
Can I examine the contents to see if it's my original, for lack of a better word, product?
Sure, yeah. So looking inside, you can see that it's a blue. It's the Sandara seems to be a blue, like basically augmented spores that have been augmented in some way to hold this color. The other tree person has a different one. It seems to be the green for the eyes, but they're essentially dyed spores. But sort of a quick, I don't know what kind of your standard methodology for kind of testing these things would be, but if you were to smell it, taste it, it smells like medicine that's off, like that's perhaps gone bad or has been exposed to air for too long. You can tell that the spores are still active. They would have to be in order to create the kind of expressions that the root folk seem to have. But also spores in colors are, you've never seen anything like this. This is completely outside the realm of your experience. But they feel, for lack of a better term, like home. These are definitely spores from your swamp.
Okay. Makka, can you peel off the top label? I'm like whispering across the circle because I will not approach without permission in a foreign country with a leader who's clearly very angry. Can you peel off the top label and see what the one underneath reads?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, so you peel off the top label. The label that was underneath has been scraped off. But it's familiar enough to you that I think likely when people would come to you for spores, you would give them a thing and be like, when you're done with this, bring it back and I'll refill it, or I'll, take it and go. So the label might be very, very old. But this is definitely like, these are your spores. Or at least a variation on them.
Okay.
But you've only ever given away spores for medicinal purposes.
Yeah. That's like the agreement that I had with the people of Bleen. And to see that this was the ultimate destination for these spores is disappointing and confusing, because it was all done for their benefit. And to see that it was just kind of used as some sort of superficial kind of use is disappointing and, again, confusing. So Makka will say,
I made this. This came from my swamp.
And like the Baroness throws her arms up. And you actually see the walls tremble a little bit, even though she hasn't touched anything, which is a little bit concerning. And she yells in Sylvan, "Oh, thank Leonea! Don't worry, everyone! Don't worry! He made them! He made them! He knows how to make them! We're good! We're good!" And then she switches back to common and says, "Good! This is excellent news! Less disappointing, Tortle!" And then she just sweeps her arms around you in a massive hug, picks you up, and as she spins in joy, Duncan, you're kind of horrified to see that some of her vines stretch down into the floor and the throne itself. And as you trace them, it seems that they are likely what's used to bind the room together, and she may in fact be part of this.
She is the pod.
Cool. And then she puts you back down, and she just says, "Gather the noble root folk. The festival of Mui is saved. This one shall show us how to create new Sundara, and we shall all look our best." And then she realizes she said that in common. She's like, "Fuck, sorry everyone, talking in translation. It's very difficult. It's a hard language. That's why I have never asked any of you to learn it. Yes, the festival's saved. He'll save it. We're good. Everyone's good now. Great. Okay."
I think Baroness, sorry to interrupt. My name is Duncan Danno, first captain of the Dawnbreakers, and this is Princess Gwendolyn Solaris of the Kingdom of Orville. We'd love to hear more about this festival that we're apparently a part of, and about the Covenant of Cricket, which is our ultimate goal. I guess, how can we help, and how long does this thing take? Trees live a long time.
She laughs, a big hearty laugh, and the room kind of undulates a little bit. And then she reaches out her massive sort of tendrilled hand and just pats you on the head, and just says, "Adorable. You taught it to speak. Well, that is quite a trick. You will have to teach us sometime. We are having a festival. It's where real people celebrate something important. You know, like you probably celebrate the big shiny thing in the sky. It's like that for smart people." And she.
I just have one finger
Yeah, she looks, sees it, looks back to Makka, says, "It would seem your abomination has a question."
Yes.
She raises a hand and she says, "Do you give it permission to speak?"
My companions speak of their own accord, and quite often they speak on my behalf, as I am not accustomed to socializing with these sophisticated beings such as yourselves.
If some of the sort of Sundara turns a bit redder, and you realize that she's blushing a bit, and she says, "Oh, well, I can understand that. We have often thought that the consortium runs things a little loosey-goosey. That's a term we use here amongst the root folk, based on gooses, which we saw once. We understand now why our shipment has not arrived. You let your low creatures speak for you. That's adorable. Okay, go ahead." And then she, like, steeples her rooted fingers and drops her head in a condescending wonka at you.
Yeah. With all due respect, Miss Baroness Highness, my companion Duncan and I are actually quite learned and learned to speak well before we met anyone from Bleen. In fact, our entire people are capable of speaking. We followed everything you've said so far in common. So I guess I just want to say that you can just speak at normal speed using language. I don't want you to make any additional concessions for our benefit.
Well, I was offended, but now you seem to have brought it back around, so cool.
And I like visibly it's a phew.
The Baroness goes on to explain that the Festival of Mui is upon the Root Folk. It's a yearly festival where the Root Folk come together, and the sort of smartest and I guess bravest of them attempt to perform an act of tremendous aesthetic beauty, whether that's a dance, a recitation, creating a work of art, but all in honor of Leonea, who is the Baroness refuses to explain who Leonea is, but you can clearly tell that Leonea seems to be the resident deity of the Root Folk. Something you notice, can someone roll me a history check?
I'll go for it.
I shouldn't.
I
should. No, I'm not here though. Fuck, never mind. Sorry, guys.
That's a 3.
Cool.
I should have rolled that.
So, yeah.
I forgot I had such a low stat in that.
So
I forgot I had such a high stat in that.
It doesn't matter.
What a
We
pair.
would have trusted the turtle to know more than the princess in terms of the tree people. So,
Laura, you can as well, because this is I'm basically looking for a passive check, not an active check. This
Okay.
isn't like, what do I remember? It's whether or not you notice something. So go ahead and roll.
Yeah.
Because it's all of you are hearing this content, so it would make sense.
9, still not
Cool.
great.
my passive history is an 11.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Wait, you have plus 11?
No, I just mean it's like it'd literally be just like +1. So like passive wisdom is 10 plus whatever. So
Right.
for me, I rolled a 15.
Okay, so Ryan, Duncan, you notice this. The other two don't, but there is a distinct lack of history or tradition being mentioned. This is a yearly thing, so that's been established. Leonea has been established, but you notice, having, I think, suffered through a lot of these fucking rituals back on Orville, particularly, also weirdly, like some that you really liked that were related to the Dawnbreakers, and a lot you really didn't that were related to court life. There doesn't seem to be any sense of history here. You know, she's not saying like, last year this person won and they did this. It was great. It's all very present. It all seems to be in the now, which doesn't indicate anything to you like specifically, but it's an odd. From your experience of these things, that's really fucking weird, because normally people just like rattling off the 8,000 things their ancestors did that they thought were good.
Yeah, it's a cultural tell. Just where there's something 100%. There.
Yeah. So she explains that the best and bravest will prepare some act of beauty, and in doing so, will have the rare honor to ask the I wrote this, made a lot of sense on paper, but it's hard to say. The memorarian, one question, which she, again, doesn't really elaborate on, but indicates is clearly a rare thing. She just says the culture of the root folk is they value beauty above almost all else, and it's a chance to earn the favor of Leonea. However, there has been tremendous concern that the Festival of Mui will be spoiled because there isn't enough Sundara to go around. The Consortium of Bleen has missed 3 shipments. And as a result, the root folk are running desperately low, which is why I think you can piece together. You've seen some people kind of mimic it with berries and shit, because people are kind of trying their best to maintain the ritual without actually having access to the necessary ingredients to do so. So she explains all that, and then again, kind of like with a sense of joy and excitement, is like, but all of our concerns are now moot because this fine turtle will be able to help us create more, just in time. Leonea would be quite disappointed if we did not, show the appropriate amount of deference and beauty to her, so this is most excellent.
A slight question. Leonea, is this a god, a goddess, an immortal, a friend from a neighbouring kingdom? Like, what is the state of Leonea?
The Baroness, just kind of like, weirdly, a lot of the pomp and circumstance drops away. There seems to be just like a legitimate holy reverence. Just says, Leonea is the Lady of the Grove. And then, like, that's, like, she just kind of, like, it's not a, you should know who this is. It's more a, I don't explain. Like, I'm trying to think of what I'm unfortunately not versed enough in world religions to kind of know what this would be. But, like, if you think about a religion that is kind of based on mysteries, sort of the weird, like, mid-era ancient Greeks, it's kind of that thing where it's like, this is it, this is the lady. I guess in Christian terms it'd be like, oh, yeah, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Okay, so what else we got? Like, I'm not going to explain.
Weirdly enough, this falls
Jesus
into
Christ.
like a Scientology or like a cult thing, which is the answer to the question involves 4 different words that all get their own questions that will just layer on layer until there is a core answer, but it's
or
veiled.
it's in theory to the root folk at least the explanation is so self-evident that to explain it would be incredibly silly. Like, she would feel dumb. Not that, like, she'd be like, fuck you for asking. It would just be like, what? It'd be like if someone was like, do I have to breathe? And you're like, yes, stupid, you have to breathe. What?
Yeah.
So, yeah. But, like, the levels of Scientology is not a bad parallel, but I just want to clarify that it's not like I'm actively withholding information from you. It's more so just it's self-evident, and if you don't understand, I can't help you.
Yeah, everyone in this room gets it. It's not hard. But if you don't know all the things in the room, it's a challenge.
Yeah, and she also, sorry, just to be clear, she's also not like, fuck you for not knowing. It's just literally like a...
Yeah. I feel like if Makka had circled back to us, I'd lean over and whisper to him so nobody else could hear and say, do you actually know how to make this Sundara?
Up to a point, I create medicine. I am not yet aware of what happens after that. These colors, I did not create them.
Okay.
All right. So
Princess.
imagine you have like, so I just want to say, like, if you had like a patient who was like, I'll only take this medicine if it's blue. And if not, then,
Outrageous.
well, I'm going to die. Could you do it?
It shouldn't be very difficult to change the color of the medicine, but then I cannot vouch for the medicine's efficacy any longer.
All right, so what if we just like buy some time for you to do some experiments and maybe get them to like lend us someone we can ask the larger questions? You know, like maybe they could give us a place to stay. You could do experiments. We won't have to have this conversation in this room where someone is definitely going to try to overhear.
I suppose, ultimately, I am confused as to why I would do this for them in the first place.
That was also the question I was looking to ask. However, I do want to make it clear, the Baroness is this entire building. So, I'm fine with this conversation going however we want it to, but the more hostile it is here, the less the odds of us being able to escape are.
And it would be hostile of me not to make this Sundara.
Well, from what I've seen, this appears to be some kind of religious experience to something so important that it's foundational to their society. So, like, if you refuse to help, they may take that pretty personally. Also, they seem to just sort of lump people of a certain race into one category, which means you might be kind of on the hook for the entire consortium's promise from their perspective.
I had not considered this. I will consult the cluster on how to proceed. Thank you, Duncan.
No problem. And then as he goes inside himself to consult the cluster, I like lean over to the princess and I'm like, this was not what I'd intended for this conversation.
So
Honestly, no conversation is going the way that I think anyone's intending it to go.
So the Baroness has been politely pretending not to listen to this conversation that you've been having fairly loudly inside her, kind of. She very tactfully just says, I must return to the preparations for the Festival of Mui. Friend Tortle, I understand that the Sundara may not be your specialty, but we do appreciate that you're able to assist us in this. It has been disgusting how plain we've been without it. It is truly gross. We all look terrible except for me. So we appreciate you, whatever efforts you can make. The festival draws near. It will begin in 2 days' time, and I must return to the preparations. That said, we do have a couple of diplomats here in Havens Grove who should be able to speak common well enough to help you and your friends create more of the Sundara. You will find Bill Bergia, one of our most trusted viziers in the west end of Haven Grove. He will assist you in the ways that I currently cannot. She just kind of, with that, lets you know that he can kind of be the go-between between you and her. Bromeliad, being a scout, has to kind of return to the front. So he kind of like puts a hand on your shoulder, Makka, and just says in Sylvan, it has been a tremendous honor to meet you and your friends. I sincerely hope that you are successful in your endeavors. Is there anything else you require of me before I return to guarding the shoreline?
May I call on you at another time before this festival if I require insight into the culture of your root folk?
He nods. You get the sense that he has a bit of a better, possibly because he deals along the shoreline, also because he doesn't seem to be weirdly tied up in this vanity situation.
Yeah, I was going to say, he doesn't have paint on him, right?
He doesn't. And I think you can ascertain that in part that's because he's a scout, so he's actually probably common enough that he wouldn't get any. But you also don't... He seemed excited that the Sundara arrived, but not that... He wasn't like, gimme, gimme. He kind of nods to you, and there's sort of like a look of understanding in his posture. And he just kind of like summons one of the butterflies down. The butterflies sound like sneezing humans in other rooms. And hands you the sneezer fly and just says, if you do need me, I'll have to return to the front, but this one will come find me.
Sneeze into this butterfly.
Specifically. Sneeze into this butterfly, and it shall find me, and deliver your sneeze unto me, which in turn shall let me know that I should sneeze back to it and then find you. I don't have lungs, so that's going to be quite an issue for me, but I'll figure out a way. So basically, he seems to whisper something in Sylvan to the butterfly, and then just kind of tosses it up into the general swarm. But the sense you get that is that if you ask for bromeliad, that butterfly will kind of, it's not like it's going to ride around on your shoulder or anything, but it will find you. Because the swarm is ever present kind of throughout Haven.
Okay.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
And thank you for not coming to burn or kill us. That was a real nice surprise on the shoreline, I must say. And on that note, bromeliad out. That's a thing I'm trying. And then just taps like a branch against his shoulder and walks out.
Yes, bromeliad is out, yes.
Walking away, he's like, nailed it. He understood that I meant I was leaving. He has a lot of time to think about bits.
Sure.
So with that, you're kind of given directions as to where to find Bilbergia. Is there anything else you wanted to do here before you go? Keeping in mind that the Baroness is clearly kind of like, your audience is at an end, I've got shit to do.
Kind of losing a little bit of patience with us.
Yeah, Duncan's
Less
good.
that,
He
it's-
never finds...
It's more like I'm running late for a meeting and I like this conversation and you're interesting people and I'm glad to talk to you, but like, I
gotta go.
Last time I spoke, I almost like super offended the leader of this place, and
You're also walking
so
blasphemy
I'm
into
just
their
gonna
religion,
shut
so
up.
like, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Duncan has never found a use for talking to rulers to understand what's going on. He always wants to talk to the person that's like 3 people to their left, because that's the person who will actually talk to you.
Excellent.
Then maybe that's Bilbergia.
So with that, then the 3 of you take your leave of the Baroness and the pod. You make your way kind of out into Haven's Grove, and you can now see a bit more clearly that this is like your initial assumption that this might be a parade ground is actually pretty accurate. Also, they're clearly beautifying it for the Festival of Mui. And so the 3 of you make your way kind of down along the Path of Splendor, obviously kind of avoiding the pool, and kind of into the west part of the city, which is, again, a lot of these sort of buildings. You can see the butterfly network is kind of constantly going to and fro. And then finally you find the building that you were kind of advised to. It's been painted in sort of a bright pink hue over all the sculpted wood, and it is here that you will find your contact, Bill Bergia, and be able to ascertain your plans. You arrive at this sort of pink building in the west part of town, and as you approach, you hear kind of a clatter inside of what sounds like breaking glass. And then you hear some like tremendously aggressive pan flute Sylvan speaking. Makka, you just hear Oh no, that was my only one. Oh, curse these fingers. And as you make your way in, you find a sort of a very kind of deeply grained bark root folk inside, who is similar to kind of like an oak tree style bark, so kind of that beautiful textured riveted bark. And he appears, he's on his hands and knees sifting through what looks like a just a broken drinking glass, and holding the pieces up, and you see him doing that stupid thing that like I've certainly done when you break something of like, can it go back together if I had the right things to do so? His entire sort of like little living space looks a little bit like Ariel's cave from The Little Mermaid. It's just festooned in things from the outside world. So there's this is the only
gadgets and gizmos.
Plenty. You can see it's
Excellent.
like the one place where there's metal, like there's forks and knives and cutlery and that sort of thing. Yeah, you can see a line of glassware. None of it, as you would expect, none of it's Orwellian in nature, but it's recognizable as just like things that other people who need to use glasses to drink would use. Bill Bergia is down there on his hands and knees trying to put the glass back together, and doesn't notice your entrance.
Are you Bill Bergia?
And he kind of turns, and to your surprise, rather than having any Sundara painted on him, he actually has like a full-on like Commedia-style mask that seems to be like nailed into his face. It's the smiling one. So he just turns around and looks like very happy to see you, and also vaguely surprised, as one does in Commedia masks.
What kind of mask is that?
So
I'm
like
not familiar with that
it's
term.
the comedy tragedy masks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's wearing the comedy mask.
He's wearing the comedy mask. Yeah. And he's you can see the mask is like pretty well worn. It's kind of dirty, like it's not like a pristine thing. But he says did you address him in Common or Sylvan?
I would have done common, I guess, to start.
Cool. So he responds in...
Oh, he's spoken Sylvan. Sorry, I would have used Sylvan. I forgot he cursed his hands in Sylvan.
Yeah, no worries. So he turns around and says, Oh! Outsiders! And he like tries to get up quickly, and in doing so like steps on some of the glass, and you see him kind of have that moment of horror. And he kind of looks at you like he's done something wrong, and then just pushes it with his leg under a table. And he says, in continuing in Sylvan, he says, I am so sorry. I didn't realize that any guests were in town today. Welcome to Haven's Grove. Has someone already greeted you properly? Do you? Wow. Okay. Was not expecting this today. Please come in.
Can I just say, hands down, the best greeting we've received so far.
He
I just want to throw it out there. Thank you.
He turns to you, and he reaches into the mouth of the mask, and he pulls it down, and you can see that it's actually hinged. So he pulls it down so he looks surprised, and then he snaps it back up, and he just says, "By Leon, are you wearing armor? That's amazing!" And his comment is like spectacular. And he like rushes over and is like kind of looking at you. And then he kind of tilts his head and says, "Pardon me, I it may just be that I'm not familiar with your physiology. Are you in there somewhere, or are you?
I'm not in the armor. I am the armor."
like-
This guy seems really excited, so I'm just gonna go with it.
Yeah,
Gwendolyn's
he's just
really owning
like,
it now.
He's
I'm
like,
trying to match his tone.
This is astounding. Nothing that I've ever heard from any of any source has ever mentioned something like this. Oh, tremendous. Oh, well, That's good. That's one last question I have to worry about asking the Memorarian, because now I know what armor is and does. Very good. Very good. Excellent. Well, welcome. What brings you to Haven Grove?
And then I will have, like, Duncan undoes his jacket and, like, pulls it off, and he's sweating and it's miserable, and then he realizes that he hasn't been a part of this conversation. He's like, hello, my name is Duncan Danno, first captain of the Dawnbreakers. This is Princess Gwendolyn Kinsalaris of the city of Orville. This is Makka Deathcap of the Turtles, and I come bearing this gift for you. And I just hold out the polar bear coat, because he seems to be into stuff that regular people have, and I don't want it.
He takes it and he's like, interesting, soft armor. And he says, this is a tremendous gift. I would offer you something, but I suspect where you come from, all of my treasures are likely just boring everyday occurrences.
Well, I don't know if
like
that's
looking
true,
around, there's nothing in here you want.
The real gift we want is your friendship.
Well, consider it had. And then he punches you in the chest. You stagger backwards, and then you realize that he is just standing there frozen. And he says, I am so sorry. Is that not how you greet? Is it? And then he like slowly uncurls his fingers. He's like, oh, fuck. Okay. I'm sorry. It's this thing. And then he starts like walking towards you with his arm out.
Cool. I'm going to get in advance of this one, and I'm going to do the like grip to grip wrist. But the real reason is to make sure that my solid gauntlet as a Dawnbreaker will protect my forearm if he tries to crush the bone.
Yeah, he doesn't actually clasp his hands around it. He just like
It's just a hand.
pats it. Yeah, it's just like a hand against your arm, and then it kind of like pats it twice, and says, "Good, excellent. We have accomplished greetings. Ah, very good, very good. So yes," and he like puts the coat on over his shoulders and like rolls a little bit. He's like, "Feel very fancy now. Thank you. What can I help you with?" I heard tell from the Sneezerfly network that the Baroness had a request for me, but I didn't expect it to be this. Honestly, they really buried the lead on this. This is the thing I'm the most excited about. How can I help you?
Well, I imagine we've got a collection of questions. Right now, there is a desire for Sundara, and we know Sire Turtle here could theoretically create it, but we don't actually know much about it, or what it's used for. There's the festival, which we don't know how it runs. I mean, is it 100 years long? Does it take like a week? I don't really know. I mean, they said it's yearly, so I'm betting it's shorter than 100 years, but I'm a simple man who only knows simple things. And I'd love to know more about Leonaya and this Memorian. Is that the Memorarian? That's the term. I wrote it down in this scroll clumsily.
Writing. Fascinating. Cool. So yeah, he welcomes you in. He drags out some like chairs for you that are sort of you recognize of a similar style to the other things you've seen. They're kind of like ornate carved wood. He says, okay, and he kind of pushes one to you, Gwendolyn. He says, you can have Pamelia. And he pushes one to Makka, and he's like, and Crocata for you. And then Duncan, he says, and for you, new friend, you could have, here, Uncle Fiscus. And he pushes another another chair over to you.
I'm sorry, is this chair a friend of yours?
Oh,
Did you say Pamelia?
Yes, Pamelia, my mother.
And who is Crocata?
Crocata was my first wife, actually.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Crocata. Thank you.
And I'll sit down.
And he kind of like nods approvingly.
Well, Uncle
Seeing this, I
Fiscus.
go, oh,
This is a pleasure.
Pamelia.
And I'll sit on Uncle Fiscus.
Me too, on Pamelia.
Makka, I think as you kind of settle into the chair, which is admittedly very comfortable, you'll probably reach out with the cluster just ever so slightly to see if you can feel this, if this is like living wood. But you get nothing back from this. This is dead wood.
Well, someone repurposing the physical remains of someone for future use and purposes that can be spread and used by other people. Kind of on board. Kind of like what this guy's about.
Cool. Great. So he settles in to discuss these things with you. Duncan, since you took lead on this, we're going to say I think I'm going to need an investigation check from you.
It's an 8. I am not good at investigation, but I try with great aplomb. The problem is all my metaphors are Orwellian or from texts written by people from Orwell, which does not mean you are terrifically knowledgeable.
Fair enough. I think the way we're going to play that then is it's less that you're asking the wrong questions. It's more that, your references are a bit out of step. Also, you continue to run up against this weird present moment issue, which is he can give you some information, but there's no history. There's no okay, well, we started doing this because this. So he explains that the Festival of Mui, he gives you the same explanation. It does just last a day, and it's a great honor to get to participate in it, and the ability to ask the Memorarian a question is incredibly rare. The Memorarian, he explains, is she remembers things. That's her whole deal. And she has answers that most root folk will never know. So normally she only provides that information to the Baroness in times of great need, but otherwise he describes it as a burden, but he says her burden is just to remember. So he's attempted to show well at the Festival of Mui now for, again, he can't really tell you how many years, but he tries every year. So this year he was going to try and do the making the glasses sing thing with various amounts of water, which is tremendously difficult when your hands are made of wood. But now that he's broken his E flat, he's not quite sure how he's going to pull that off. So that's a bummer for him. In terms of Leonea, he says she's the Lady of the Grove. She is sort of the patron deity of the root folk. And the new information you get from him on that is that she apparently dwells in the pond. Beyond that, he doesn't really have a lot for you. In terms of Sundara, he seems. Can you roll me a persuasion?
I feel like that'd be his realm. He doesn't need to intimidate this guy. Like, he gave him the coat. He's gonna play the friend angle. That's a 19.
Okay. On the topic of Sundara, he kind of edges a bit closer to you, and he kind of gives a quick eye to the ceiling, and you see him actually grab a folding fan. It's sorry, 1 second, and he rapidly waves away a bunch of the butterflies until the room is empty, and then he just leans in and he says, at some point in our past, the root folk became obsessed with the idea of aesthetic beauty. And the Sundara is a substance purchased from the consortium of Bleen. And he kind of nods to you, Makka. He says to create the sort of a pale imitation of the beauty of Leonea upon our faces. I have never particularly cared for this tradition, and hence why I chose a simple lower upkeep option. And he gestures to his mask. And says, but in terms of how it is made, this is a tightly held secret by the consortium of Bleen. Our people trade with them, and they've been providing it for some time.
So the idea of aesthetic beauty comes to essentially how complete one's face is. There's not like a preferred kind of face with the Sandara or preferred colors, or is it sort of personal expression but paint one on? I don't mean to be offensive. I really just don't understand.
And he like taps the mask and he's like, truly, you cannot offend me when it comes to the issue of Sandara. He actually can't answer why they do it. He just says that they have been. And again, you get the sense that it's not that he's being cagey about it. He just genuinely doesn't seem to know. Whatever form of memory these creatures have, it doesn't seem to really exist beyond relatively recent past.
So do you regularly talk with Leonia? Do you make offerings outside of this week? Does Leonia appear to you or come out of the lake?
Only if we impress her enough during the Festival of Mui will she appear beneath the surface and grant us her blessings.
What does Leonia look like, if you don't mind me asking?
He's never seen her.
So the festival, you haven't been successful before to get her to come up and be like, great job, thumbs up?
He, to the best of his recollection, he's never been successful.
Any questions from the others? I feel like I'm dominating this, and that's not my goal.
I was going to ask about like when and what was life like before Sandara was introduced to the culture, but it sounds like the memory aspect is too shallow or too recent for that kind of...
Yeah, all you can get from him around that is that it was definitely introduced at some point. It's not something they've always had. And it seems to be a solution to a problem, not something that just kind of naturally occurred. Reading between the lines, it'd be safe to assume that the obsession with aesthetic isn't necessarily related to the Sandara, but rather that the Sandara, if you were putting on your capitalist consortium of Bleen hat, is exactly the kind of thing you would offer as a solution to people who are like, we're obsessed with aesthetic beauty and we can't look like the thing we're emulating. And they're like, well, we got a thing for you. So...
Actually, on that topic, Makka will ask...
What is the nature of the agreement between the root folk and the Tortle of Bleen? I understand only that the Tortle supply you with Sandara.
He nods and says, the fine details are only known to the Baroness and the Memorarian. But as I understand it, given our affinity to the woods, we're able to make certain trade routes a bit easier, particularly around the Shadowlands. The Consortium of Bleen has just as much trouble with the Covenant of Craigate as we do. And as such, we've been able to offer them some assistance with regards to that.
I see. Yes.
So,
Princess, what are
you guys
your
don't have
thoughts,
any
right?
questions. Yeah.
I've asked a collection of mine. Princess?
I mean, well, Mr. Bergia, I'm just wondering, like, what do you do, like, day to day? What's your purpose in life?
He kind of gestures to his collection and says, my hope has always been that more travelers would come to see us, but since we closed off Haven from the rest of the world, we get fewer and fewer, so my purpose is more hopeful than it is practical.
Well, and why did it close off?
And his bearing changes a little bit. Like it's clearly, you almost get the sense it's fear. And he just says, the sisters of the Covenant are a powerful enemy and have done horrible things to the root folk. We seek to isolate ourselves from them and their dark ways as much as possible.
The bloody sisters again.
I was going to say, this is where Duncan has just woken back up. And he's like, so the Sisters of the Covenant are also an opponent of ours. Do you know of their strengths, of their weaknesses, of their locations? We may have a common enemy, which makes us even closer friends.
He shakes his head and says, "I'm sorry, friend. I would tell you if I could. I simply remember how horrifying they can be. Beyond that, I know very little. But I do know that the consortium also fears them, and that we've had to thicken the wood around Haven as much as possible. It's become completely impassable without the Baroness's word."
Makka's just going to ask another question just to kind of test the range of and sort of set up like a timeline. And he's going to ask,
How many festivals have you seen?
And he just says, well, there's one coming up, and then there was the last one and the one before that, and there were a few before that, I'm sure.
You're sure? Yes?
I mean, there must have been, right? That happens every year.
Of course, yes. And you remember making your attempts to please Leonidas.
Oh, I've definitely tried.
Yeah, what do you do for those performances? Like, what art did you create that did not work?
Oh, it was unsuccessful, so it matters little.
okay, I see. We're starting to go in circles.
Yeah,
But
like there's
for sure there was one last year. We know, like...
Well, he can't tell us what he did last year. He just knows there was one last year. This is the circle. I mean, so thank Bill Burgee, this is great. Just a second. And then I'm like, we're going to go outside and huddle because I've learned that doing that inside doesn't seem to work. So just a second. And
it's
go
like,
outside
okay,
and I'll
I need to
wave
deal with the
butterflies.
sneezer flies, so you go.
Beautiful. And I'm like, so it seems like we have no idea how long these people have actually been here or dealt with Leonia or the Memorarian. And that name is going to be the end of me. But they know it's yearly, but they don't talk about ritual significance over time. They say they've done it forever, but they can't remember anything they've done during it. And they want to look like people, but we don't know how long Bleen's been away or present or anything. And we did just come from a looping time mountain.
In my opinion, this is all incongruous to how I understood nature. That beings as close to nature and the natural world as they are so concerned with outward appearance is confounding. I worry that there may be some undue influence on the root folk, particularly because they do not seem to be able to remember the details of their past. I worry that perhaps as a collective their minds, their consciousness has been clouded in
By
some way.
Leonia, I would assume, if it's aesthetics that gain their blessing.
It is possible, yes. Do you suppose there is a way to... Yes, Gwendolyn.
But I was just wondering if we can kind of test, like, I don't know, like ask them to relay like a specific memory from like, I don't know, his childhood. And then if he like, and then if he gives us one, then be like, all right, then what was, give me a specific memory of your childhood during the festival. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we tried during the festival, and that came up 0, because he can't remember anything he did, which is weird if you spent a year building up to a religious experience and you forgot the art you made. As someone who's only done 3 paintings before he realised he was so shite at it that I never made art again, I won't tell you what was on those 3 paintings, but I know what was on those 3 paintings. The childhood thing's not a bad idea, because if they could remember a time before Leonia, that's interesting. However, childhood for a tree could be recent or far away. I don't know how fast they grow.
Can I get
but that's got some promise.
Can I get some insight checks from folks?
That was a big, hefty roll. 23 for Makka.
4.
23 for Duncan.
Makka. Okay, so definitely Makka.
Did you say tree?
That's how it came through
no,
for
I
me
said-
as well, and I like it.
23. I have exactly the same score as Makka. We
only got
matched
the
up.
3, so I was like, that's very funny.
I
You said it
literally
was
heard
such
tree.
a
I'm like,
plume.
is he making a pun? Like,
Either way, it's good stuff.
what's
Okay,
going
so
on?
Duncan and Makka, for both of you then, there are a few pieces of evidence that you actually have in terms of time that you've seen kind of throughout the village. So knowing now that relatives are turned into these sort of either totemic poles or presumably the gateway, the buildings, you might be able to ascertain if, in fact, everything is made of relatives, some kind of timeline for how long the root folk have existed based on that. Unless it's like they murdered everyone a week ago, which is not outside the realm.
Made them all into chairs, yeah.
Yeah, so you do have that. That does seem to be sort of a benchmark of time passing. However, both of you feel that if you want actual answers to a lot of these questions, the memorarian's the way to go. That said, to the best of your knowledge, the only way to talk to the memorarian is... Yeah.
Jumping through the hoops of the festival. Okay. So that means Makka needs to make Sandara. That means figuring out how to make Sandara.
I was going to say, if we all want to go through this festival, we theoretically have to create something of aesthetic beauty. Everyone's got to have their own thing. Makka, you have got to theoretically create Sandara or some sort of Sandara equivalent. I don't know if you have to match exactly what's there. You may have to. The Baroness seemed a little bit unpredictable emotionally. But maybe you could make like a healthier one or one that is more natural and would stay. Like, could you get spores to grow on them in a way they wouldn't have to keep painting on again? Because you don't have the same interest as the consortium in this product needs to expire to sell more product.
Tom, would it be within Makka's capabilities to create a medicine, the base component of Sandara, medicine that relieves the mind or heals the mind to help one recall things? If they're going to be putting it on their faces, it might as well fix them if they are, in fact, broken or addled in some way.
That's a good question. So part of the issue is you don't actually know anything about the physiology of the root
I have
folk.
so little information.
Yeah. It's entirely possible you would be able to create a cell for that, particularly if there's... I'm going to answer this on a number of hypotheticals as the DM, obviously. I know the answer, but I'm not implying that any of these are the answer, just responding to you in kind. So, first of all, roll me a medicine check, please. You do it with advantage, because we're talking about spores.
Okay.
You're not going to tell us exactly what to do, Tom.
You already solved my slavery puzzle from earlier, so...
So that's a whopping 25 medicine
Jesus
check.
Christ. Okay.
Nice.
Okay, so he is going to tell him what to do.
All right, so you need 1 tablespoon of olive oil. You're going to heat that.
I gotta write this down.
Yeah,
I gotta write this fucking down. Okay.
So you don't know the physiology of the root folk. So that's a major issue because you know a number of different ways that you could influence the spores to be helpful. However, without knowing what the root cause is, you're just throwing darts at a wall, right?
Yeah.
So if it's magical interference, you might be able to create some form of shielding with spores that kind of countermand that. If it's an actual addled brain situation, you might be able to treat it like a headache. You might be able to find something that relieves the pressure enough that the memories come back. But without knowing more about the physiology, it'd be very difficult for you to do that. That said, to Ryan's point, if you're making a living spore culture that they're all going to wear that isn't dying constantly, you might be able to create that and then influence the spore network once
Right. Okay.
you've ascertained the solution. So basically, in a weird way, it would be like giving yourself a back door. You don't know exactly what you can activate now, but if you were to figure out, like, oh no, it's their physiology's fucked up, or like there's a fungal infection, or there's something that's preventing it, you could likely trigger the living spores to
Got it. It's like creating conduits and then dispersing. them
Exactly
throughout
right.
society,
Yeah.
And then, okay.
Yeah.
So, Tom, to make sure I'm remembering this right, the festival isn't tomorrow, it's the next day.
Got
so
2 days. Yeah.
I've got 2 days written
so
down.
like
yeah.
a day of prep and then festival?
Yeah.
Great. I'm assuming, Makka, you relay your thoughts on spores?
Yes, and I think with this kind of running theory, Makka will also say,
As gravekeeper to the turtle, I may be able to gain greater insight into the physiology of the root folk if I am allowed to observe their
and he'll like look back inside at one of the chairs and say,
funeral rites, how they process their dead. As a cultural exchange, perhaps.
Well, it seems like if we can come up with something that Bill Bergia can do, we'll strengthen our bond, and you might have someone you can get information from / test your cultures on, so you can make sure it works on the rest. Might be a way to make that work. The thing I've known about beauty my whole life is A, I'm handsome, and B, there's nothing more beautiful than a blade beautifully applied. So I've got a selection of different kata and other performances that can be done solo or as partners. I know, Princess, you get nervous about things, but you are considered to be an unholy abomination. And if we were to put on, shall we say, performative combat, where a man covered in mud wearing a loincloth battles an unholy metal abomination, perhaps with some sort of sword I get made out of Uncle Fiscus or whatever.
Well, and I can, like, make my sword fly.
Yeah, then we put on a little bit of a show, we defeat the abomination, they like it religiously, and we look good doing it. I don't know if you could do, like, a twofer, but I think it could work.
All right.
Or if you've got your own thing, I'll just dance.
No,
I'm
it's
ready.
just like, I'm just like accepting that this is what I'm able to do that's like aesthetically pleasing in this body because, you know.
Or should we cover you in spores?
It used to be like a different approach, but
I mean, we could lay you down.
I get it.
We could cover you in manure. We could plant a bunch of flowers and something, and then you just get up as a flower beast. They'd probably love that. We could choose colours. Get your whole costume made out of living beings, and then the metal would go away. They'd probably like it a lot.
Oh, now that's not bad. You could still fight an invisible sword. I can do both.
All right, so I can do my sword dancing.
I mean, not invisible sword. I mean, invisible hand with the sword. You know,
It would be less
sword.
visually impressive if I were just to say, like, imagine a sword doing things, but I'm real good. I can do that, but I think yours is better, where we'll use the magical sword and I can defeat it. That's good. We're going to turn you into a flower beast. And then, Makka, you're going to create something that'll work for the rest of them. You think that'll count as you doing something aesthetically pleasing, just because you helped everyone else? Or do we got to figure out, like, your performance?
I don't think my application of Sandara will count as a performance. It seems more functional to the festival.
All right, then what do you think would be something that you could do that would be aesthetic?
Aesthetics are not my concern, largely. Perhaps you could assist me.
All right, Princess, you've got the strongest fashion sense of any of us. What would you do with Makka to try to, you know, give him something that pops?
well, I'm thinking we work with natural fibers, first of all.
All right, I like that.
Naturally. I mean, can we make him like courtly in like a natural way? I mean, I'm just thinking of like a beautiful, like noble person, but done up in like pretty like bark and like,
what if, Princess, I think you got a right idea. You remember the contest the aristocrats have every year that's just called Miss Orville, where people have to come up, state a political opinion, perform some sort of
and
musical or talent thing?
I could never enter.
I know, but now you could coach Makka through it. We'll make him a beautiful bathing suit for the swimsuit competition out of bark and other materials.
All right, and the evening gown.
Yeah, we'll have to do that as well. That's true.
Yeah.
I'll do the questions because I've watched enough of them that I feel like I could ask some pretty good ones.
Perfect.
Just, gentle lobs that he can knock out of the park.
And then I'm not quite so sure about like the hot dog eating contest. That's a little bit.
If they don't know about it here, should we cut it or should we just have them jam dogs down that gullet like everyone else does?
You're gonna have to catch a lot of those barking squirrels to make that many hot dogs in 2 days.
Yeah, they might not. I don't know how they'd feel about us like slaughtering things in their like forest home.
Yeah, given that there are
I'd say
culture
let's
things
cut
that
that.
have
Feeding it
no
to a
mouths
turtle.
or discernible organic biology, I think you could probably safely say they won't love that.
You know what? Thinking on it, that seems like a bit of a humble brag. Like, look at me, I can eat. And I don't think we need to do that to people who can't. So we need the evening gown, the swimsuit. He's got to show a talent, which might be producing Sandara. That feels like it's a pretty great talent. And then we just do like the question period.
All right. We're going to have to prepare him for the question period though, because like you got to be tactful.
That's true. So do you know what? You can coach him on the question period and then I'll stay uninvolved because, if Leonaya is all knowing, we don't want to rig the deck.
All right. I'm so glad I've watched so many of these contests
Every year
in the
at Orville,
past.
you always had to be one of the 3 judges. That's why you weren't allowed to compete.
I completely remember everything that goes on in them.
Perfect. Yeah, this is
Great.
not in any way based on something that you and I have never watched. Just remember, our favourite year, where the one who won was that young woman named Congeniality. So people called her Miss Congeniality.
And it was a shame they never made
that
sequels.
one. Yes.
Yeah. I think we all have the same frame of
So
reference
Makka,
on
how
these.
does that sound to you?
It sounds like a great deal of effort is being put into my display of beauty over yours.
Well, we're going to need your help with the princess because I don't actually know how to grow anything. So we're going to have to work together on that. So there'll be plenty of work there. And here's the thing about sword dancing. It's what I've done every day for my whole life. Check this out. And then I just swirl my cape around and my blades come out and it's like a whirlwind of majestic combat performance.
Roll me a performance check. Let's see how majestic this actually is.
Great. And I'm gonna use braggadocio as one of my swashbuckling points, which just means I talk a lot better shit than normal, so it gives me advantage on charisma checks.
We're all friends here, though. Like, you don't have to convince us of anything.
Yeah,
Oh,
fuck
I do,
you,
sir.
my pals.
I do. Okay. It's a 15.
Yeah, it's moderately majestic. I mean, the main issue is that now that you've drawn attention to the fact that you fighting an invisible sword looks dumb, they can't help but notice that the lack of anything you're fighting does kind of look a bit dumb. But, I mean, you're doing a good job. Like, what you're doing is fine. It's just...
Yeah, I'm like, and tomorrow I'm going to be shirtless and there'll be another sword. It's going to pay off.
Cool.
Makka watches with like just a blank face, just having no context for.
Very martial. Yes.
I like look over to Gwendolyn.
Was that good?
Yes?
Yes, very good. Good, Duncan.
Okay, here's the deal. Tomorrow you two have to both be excited. Otherwise the trees won't know it's good and I got to rely on Leonaya. Cheering makes everything better. Oh, I'm going to put so much poop on that princess tomorrow morning and make things grow.
So with that, you kind of make your way to the three of you are Bill Bergia shows you to a like kind of an unused space. He's brought with him the things he thinks would make you comfortable. There's not much, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, this is basically just going to be like your house for the time you're here. It's a little bit dirty inside, like dirty in the sense that there's like some dead leaves and some other things that have kind of drifted in. It's kind of a disused space on the edge of the city, but it's somewhere where you can like sleep, and if Gwendolyn stands in the door frame, you kind of have a door, so it's kind of going to be your base of operations. Bill Bergia says he has to return to kind of his preparations, but that he wishes you well, and if you need anything at all, to please not hesitate to send a sneezer fly for him.
I can't believe they're just cannon sneezer flies now.
Yeah, that's how we roll. That's how we do.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Due to the
Great.
bad soundproofing in all of our studios, aka just places we live.
Just being at home.
Yep. Wicked. So, are there any other preparations you want to make before you turn in for the night?
I think Makka will kind of put the plan forward in earnest by way of speaking to Bill Bergia just once more, asking if he can observe a death ritual or a funeral ritual, if there is one that he like that, if there is a place that he can go to, or if there is one happening that he can observe as a gravekeeper.
Let me see by rolling a dice. You want high or low, Tyler?
Let's go low.
Unfortunately, no root folk are currently being processed, for a lack of a better term.
That's the way the tree falls.
And no one was around to hear it, and that was part of the problem. So there isn't anything on that.
Okay.
Cool. So with that, you all turn in for the evening. Obviously, Ryan, you regain your swashbuckling point. I don't think anyone else lost or expended anything in our social encounters yet. So, Gwendolyn, as you're kind of in your weird, like, sleep meditation space, you find yourself dreaming, as you've noticed that you start to, or that you've started to at least, of yourself in your own body again. And it's weirdly, now that makes you feel uncomfortable in a strange way. You're so used to kind of the armor now that you feel always a little bit uncoordinated when out of it. You find yourself standing in the woods that, looking around, seem familiar to where you are now, but it seems to be kind of a lot less developed. There aren't the buildings. There doesn't seem to really be any sign of the root folk around. And as you kind of get your bearings, you see in just a ways away in a clearing that you recognize as sort of the center of the Path of Splendor, a beautiful elven woman, sort of on her hands and knees, with kind of brilliant, sort of pale blue hair that kind of cascades down over her shoulders, staring into the pond. And as you watch, she seems to trace a finger just across the surface slightly. And as you begin to kind of make your way forward, I'd like to ask, what do you think you're doing right now? Or how would you approach? Would you say anything? What's the tactic here?
I would cautiously kind of skirt around her and kneel beside the pool and look in myself.
Okay. So as you kind of join her, she seems to become aware of your presence. You're aware because you're in your human body that you're dreaming, but based on the kind of that sense of magical tremor that occurred earlier, feels very present here. This doesn't feel entirely like something that you're just imagining, but rather something that perhaps you've tapped into because of your current magical nature. So you kneel next to her by the pond, and she says in a voice that inexplicably feels cold. Not in that her tone is cold, but as she speaks, you feel goosebumps on your arms, and her sort of melodic tone is, for lack of a better term, cold. And she, without taking her eyes off the pond, just says, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" And you lean over the edge, and in the sort of dark, murky water, you find yourself staring not at your own face, but at the armor. So the helmet of the armor kind of looking back up at you through the depths. And then you feel a finger on the edge of your chin, and very gently, but still with a degree of force is the wrong term, but sort of
Suggestion?
Yeah, it's like, it's emphatic. It's like,
Okay.
it's a light touch, but it is like, you're coming this way. You feel your head guided to look into the reflection of the elven woman. And inside, just beneath the water, you see a sort of a reflection of her, except the eyes are jet black. The skin is kind of withered and somewhat sunken.
Oh, God.
And through rotting teeth, the reflection just says, "Yes, it is." And then suddenly gray hands grab you and pull you under, which is when you wake up screaming into the pile of dirt that you smushed into your helmet. It's morning in your little shed. Gwendolyn sits up in shock. Duncan, how do you think you spent the night?
Duncan was probably sleeping a little bit, but pretty lightly. He'd be the kind of guy where, like, if we're in a place where there could be some sort of weird mind magic, he's not like, "Oh, let's all just fall asleep while the tree people do what they're gonna do." So I think he probably, like, did the classic, like, guy in a noir thing where he slept in a chair that wasn't terribly comfortable. So, like, he's still rested, but if he heard anything, he would have woke up.
Yeah, you had like your pistol on your lap and just, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you wake up fairly well rested, if a little bit stiff. Luckily, Uncle Fiscus is a comfortable enough companion for the evening. And Makka, when you sleep, do you commune with the spores?
Probably, yeah. I don't think my consciousness ever really rests since I have this connection.
Okay, so you spent the night slightly disquieted, and again, just that weird sort of off tone, that slightly discordant tone in the spores, managed to kind of seep into your dreams. And it just, if we were talking in terms of colors, it would be like everything was in full color, and then part of what you were seeing was in grayscale. There just seemed to be almost like holes in the network around you. You can still feel like the spore network present, but the Sundara is slightly abhorrent, I think, to you in terms of how it feels.
But I can't tell why. It's just an uneasy, discordant feeling.
Not when you're sleeping. If you were to actually spend some time analyzing some Sundara, you might. And I think that's something that safely you could do today, because since the Baroness has kind of rested her hopes on you being able to produce more, being like, give me some to test. The nice thing is that even though it's expected that you'll be able to solve this, everyone is aware that this isn't like, yes, I am the Sundara salesman, don't mind me. Like, they're aware that this is not something you normally do.
Yeah.
And yeah, they would be willing to share some with you for that purpose.
That's great. That's perfect.
Cool. So you have the day to sort of put together your aesthetic offerings. You can also explore a bit if you see fit. You really currently only have access to Bilbergia, and if you wanted to call in the kind of one-time bromeliad. Yeah, sorry, I wrote out the phonetics and I missed part of it. The bromeliad favor, you could do that. Or alternatively, you could try and because you speak Sylvan, make contact with some other root folk and see what's up. We're not going to play this whole day out in real time. What I'd be curious from all of you, what I want from all of you, I guess, or like, what are the 3 things you do in the day, and then we'll roll if it needs rolling, and go from there.
Well, I know Makka wants to investigate the wow, we've said it 800 times.
Sundara.
Thank you. Oh my god. If it's not on the current page of my notes, then it's just out of my head. I'm going to write it down again.
My dude, I literally have all of the words I need to say repeatedly as close at hand as I can, because, like, Jesus. And even then, I couldn't get the scout's name right, and now I'm scared to say it, so.
The scout.
Bromeliad.
How they shall remember.
Bromeliad. I also wrote it phonetically. Don't worry, we're all in this together.
Sundara is what I would like to start investigating. I think the feeling of discord, discomfort that is kind of coming off of the cluster, like in waves and kind of washing over him, really presses Makka to get to the bottom of that and figure it out. And if that means recreating it for the purposes of the festival, I mean, that's kind of what the plan is anyway. So I think he's going to really lean into the study and attempting to understand the Sundara.
Cool. Great. And that, I think, might be it for you. We'll say, obviously, you do your aesthetic piece.
Sure.
But given that we've kind of established that that's more Gwendolyn and Duncan, we'll say you're present for that, but, like, the majority of your day is spent studying the Sundara. Okay, so studying Sundara. Gwendolyn.
I definitely want to be producing the beautiful apparel for Makka.
I was going to say, if we want to look at this as a combo thing, you can be the, like, designer and stylist, and I'll be the seamstress, because I know how to sew things real good.
Yep.
Excellent.
So that could be a combo.
Excellent. So that definitely, I mean, Duncan, we have to work out, like, covering me in shit and flowers, right? So getting that.
Yeah, our day might be a bit of a combo, except for like one kind of solo thing.
And the third thing I would like to do, but this might be in the cover of darkness, I would like to see if I can approach the pool myself.
Man, those squirrels are everywhere this morning. Okay, and then approach the pool. Interesting. All right, and so Duncan, we're going to assume then, if we're doing the combo bit, design and sew are together. The outfit for Gwen is together.
The outfit for Gwen is together, and then my last thing would be rehearsing my fight with Gwen. Not that it's going to be like by the beat perfectly choreographed, because we don't have time and she doesn't have that skill set, but I think it's like the wrestling version of like, this will be the finisher. We're going to open. I think we'll set the sword on fire. I got to find like the right kind of stick I could use to fight, but like that business.
Yeah.
Squirrels.
Yeah.
Squirrels are everywhere.
And I also think like, because I'd have to be prepping Makka for the questions.
Well, you could do the questions while I sew. We can just talk for a minute about what I'm making. Like, leave me the outfit and you do psychology.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, great. So,
you're going to have to teach him to strut.
all right.
Yeah, glide, Ryan.
So let's deal with the outfits first. Gwendolyn, I think for you, let's say history, maybe, since you're leaning on kind of your memory of court and kind of what is most popular from there.
Cool. 15.
Okay, and Ryan, can you roll me a dexterity? I think we're just, or maybe like a sleight of hand?
Yeah, sleight of hand works.
Yeah, great.
It's a nat 1.
Woo!
This one will be for the
Malfunction.
gown.
Here we go.
'cause we got a gown and we got a bathing suit.
Yeah, all right. So, and you said this is for the gown or this is for the bathing suit?
Gown.
Gown? All right. So, the problem that you run into is less that you're incapable of making a cool outfit, because we've established that you've repaired your own uniform enough that it would make sense for you to just suddenly not be able to. It's more so that you don't have the right materials at hand. There's really so little here that you can work with, and like I think they gift you some stuff that are kind of the you know, like anytime you see a flag that's just like it's a little overused. And it's just like, oh yeah, clearly there's really nothing else we can do with this. It's kind of garbage now. They give you that sort of stuff. So you put together like a fairly weather-worn, kind of like...
It's a muumuu. It's just a muumuu on a turtle. It's not great.
Yeah, that you'd find on like a shipwreck victim. Like it's, yeah.
Yeah, it's that crinkly metallic blanket people get outside of fires in movies. It's just that, but
like,
on a turtle.
Yeah, but and then like stitched to just like a bunch of burlap for some reason.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's disgusting. I did that. And I'm like, yeah, so it's pretty much what you asked for, Princess. This is as good as we could get. So maybe we should aim lower with the bathing suit.
Gwendolyn, you look at the beautiful sketch you made of an elegant gown that you yourself would have probably killed someone to wear back in the day, and just quietly ball it up and throw it away. Okay, so Gwendolyn, what kind of, based on Orwellian fashion, what do the swimsuits from the swimsuit contest look like?
Given that we didn't really swim a whole lot.
There was the central, like, fake lake that all the swan boats were on, so there is, it is possible.
Is that big enough for, like, people to, like, be doing water activities in?
It's big enough for people to splash around it up to their waist, kind of, and be like, look, we're in a thing. It's like a bad hotel
like
swimming pool.
So like that beach in the sky in BioShock Infinite?
Maybe.
That one.
Don't worry
that one
about it.
part.
Maybe it's exactly that.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry,
Battleship
BioShock
Bay or whatever?
Infinite, is that... I'm unfamiliar and definitely didn't use it as a point of reference. This is very good.
Bio Crown and Infinite Code.
Yes, yeah.
Curse it.
It is always a lighthouse. Okay, so that said, people like could like sunbathe and stuff. So the idea of a swimsuit, I think, isn't outside the realm. It just likely wouldn't be referred to as a swimsuit.
Yeah, what would be like a risque outfit in Orville? So those last two words are fun.
Honestly, like, I mean, you say, you know, people like to sunbathe, but I do think people are so obsessed with like the beautiful, like powdered, noble look that I think people are afraid of getting sunburnt. So it's more like wetsuits, kind of,
Okay.
except that there's like patterned, like basically cut out like patterns all over them in places that could remain discreet in court, but like would be a little something like
Yeah. So it's the classic like
settings.
power girl boob window that just they add to like
exactly.
female outfits. Yeah, okay, and then just other risque places.
Yes.
Okay, that is gonna be so fucking hard to make with what you've got. I am so curious. So hey, Duncan, how that?
I was gonna say I'll roll and then I'll tell you what I make based on how good or bad the score is.
There's dice in this game now?
Oh. Okay, that's not bad at all. Okay, that is a 23. So
Okay.
it turns out I can I get some berries and I grind it up on the burlap, and it actually soaks in way better than I thought. Weird berries from this area. And I fit it to the turtle. So Makka, you know, I got the measurements right. He's looking good. And because he's a turtle and I really tanked it on the evening gown, I'm going to push this even a little further than we could get away with in Orwellian society with women. So it's there. There's little like diamond cutouts along the side. Every other like piece of his shell that's like segmented shows. And then at the front, there's just, instead of the central boob window, if it were a human, it would just have both boobs out in diamonds, but on him, it's just there for the chest. And then it goes down, and then there's just another diamond, but at the crotch. So it just like goes out and then up again. So it would be completely obscene on a person.
Like an anti-bikini.
Yeah. It covers all the body except the bikini
this is actually this is a
Okay.
little-known fact in the fashion industry. This is how bikinis are made. They print a full bodysuit, and then they just laser cut out the bits they want, and then this is what's left. Okay, great. So you inexplicably make that. Good work, berries and burlap, which I guess would be the name of your fashion line.
Yeah, it's the only reason to hold. Like, it would be terrible on anyone else, but because his shell is so hard and rough, burlap is the only thing that would work.
B&B by DKD.
Duncan Danno. Got it.
Very good.
That took me a second.
It's so
Very good.
catchy.
House of Danno. Original. Great. Okay, so
House.
all of this happens as Makka is doing research. You're just like doing it around him. Makka, can you go ahead and roll me a nature check, please?
16.
16. Okay, so as you spend some time looking at the Sundara, it becomes clear that this is definitely, the base is a fairly common medicine in the consortium. Think like a basic pain reliever. So something that you would quite commonly send out into the world. You're not sure when this would have passed through your hands, but you can definitely tell that the spores are dying, and that's part of the reason that's so discordant. Also, they've been chemically altered in order to give them this hue. So it's not like someone just dunked them in blue and said, here you go. There's been some kind of alchemical alteration done to these spores, almost like an aftermarket process. Also, so having now established that these are clearly like came through your swamp at some point, the cycle, as you kind of understand it and as you'd kind of agreed to use it, was meant to, like, this was supposed to be a closed loop. And the fact that these have been exported is hugely concerning. And actually, to some degree, blasphemous in terms of your kind of understanding. And it's part of the reason that you feel such a discordant tone in the cluster, because a cycle doesn't work if you're constantly extracting things. So that said, you don't get the sense that the root folk would be capable of an alchemical transformation. So the processing of this happened somewhere else, and you're not sure where, why, or how. But they have been altered. These spores cannot re-enter the cycle.
Okay. They've been permanently altered or damaged to the point where they cannot re-enter the cycle.
That is correct. Yep, they've been fundamentally changed to a point where, if we think about this in terms of like blood, if it was reintroduced into the system, it would cause a bunch of damage and then just ultimately like dissolve. So like this, it's
Tainted.
Tainted, yeah, and to some extent waste now.
Yeah. Boy, that is deeply concerning to Makka. I'm just looking at my spells to see if there's anything I can do.
Cast Solve Mystery
Yeah.
at level 3.
Wish. I wish I understood what Tom was thinking.
Mostly about
cast-
Star Wars.
Can I cast Detect Magic?
Sure, yep.
I just need to review what that looks like. Sorry, guys. Concentration up to 10 minutes for the duration. You sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn its school of magic, if any. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but it is blocked by, 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Cool. So you're casting this specifically on the Sandara, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, one moment, please. Sorry, I just need to pull up some details that I didn't know I would need necessarily today.
Sorry.
No, that's a great use of that spell. That's exactly what it should be. Okay, you get a whiff of necromancy off of it.
I suspected as much, but that's good to have confirmed. I'm just going to write whiff of necromancy.
Yeah. I should say, though, that this does not feel in any way similar to the cluster effect that you sensed with the Necrotus troops.
Okay.
It does feel like necromantic magic, but it does not feel the same as that.
Okay. Now, the thing about Spore Circle Druids is that necromancy isn't inherently blasphemous, just like with spores and mushrooms, manipulating the dead for the purpose of the cycle is not necessarily bad, but this to completely remove something from the cycle again is like that endeavor of like a being wanting to be removed from the cycle, i.e., become immortal, or exert their will onto others through undeath, like raising an army of zombies and things like that. That is tremendously unnatural and goes against like the will of Jossi and the cycle. So that these spores are tainted through necromancy is like a huge red flag for Makka.
I will say, when I said whiff, I said it kind of jokingly, but it is just that. It's not an overwhelming sense. You're also not sure, because these spores are clearly at the end of their life cycle, if this is the only magic that's affected them, but it is present there.
Yeah. Okay. Presence of necromancy.
There's a soupçon of necromancy.
Just a petit dash of necromancy.
Okay.
Somewhere there's a necromancy bay, just sprinkling it over stuff as mushrooms as it goes.
I don't know if we're there yet in Makka's process, but how confident am I that I can recreate Sandara currently for the purposes of the festival?
I think you could create a pale imitation.
Okay.
Coloring spores is theoretically possible. That said, it won't. You're not sure how they react, like what link there is, because clearly the spores, particularly in the case of the Baroness, do actually respond to her.
When they're applied to her.
Yeah, like she's able to emote with them.
Right.
So there's some link there that you think you could sort out with like a lot of time, but you don't have that. So basically, I'm going to say you can create essentially a dead version of it, which is a spore culture that you can color. It won't be as vibrant and it won't react, but it's definitely a better than nothing situation. It'll just be closer to face paint than like a shifting mask.
In that case, if that's where I'm at, the next phase for me is to keep that as the base, but now build in that
The backdoor
conduit component. Yeah.
So I think we discussed earlier, Tyler, that we were going to use nature as your like spore check. Is that correct?
My anytime I need to do a check for
the cluster,
reaching out to the cluster, that kind of thing.
All right.
Yeah,
so this is the first time you've actually tried to manipulate spores. Also, the spores you have are on you, correct? Mm-hmm. Do you generate more for things like this? Like when you were making medicine, how did you go about that?
Well, the way the cycle worked in that case was they gave me their dead as well. Mm-hmm. And so that was like this rich in potential life kind of base that much of the fungus and spores and things like that would come from. For me as a conduit or like an agent of the will of Jossi, Makka feels that he is endowed with the power necessary to do what is done in the name of Jossi at any given time.
Okay.
Oh, see, Princess, we should have done the hot dog eating contest. Then we could have brought the dead barking squirrels and he'd have been able to grow what he needed.
All right, so Tyler, here's the devil's bargain I'm going to offer you. You can generate a modest amount, not a tremendous amount, but a modest amount of pseudo Sundara. But it's going to cost you your spore-based abilities until, like, a significant amount of time has passed. So basically, your things like the spore shield, all that sort of stuff, will essentially be offline because you'll have to expend most of the spores on your body to do this. So you don't have any dead to use. The Sundara is already processed, and like what little they have, they already have. So to generate new stuff, you'll have to use the spores you've got, which will make it more difficult for you to use those abilities. So if you're willing to do that, then you can create a modest amount of these spores.
Will I still be able to cast magic?
Yes, yeah. Like you're not. It's not like you're burning all of them. I'm just thinking like, because I'm trying to rationalize how you could do this, and the only way I can think of it is like, you still have a few around. Like it's not like you're burning down to zero. Also, I just don't think you could do that safely. But your major, like, the abilities that you have that are very spore heavy will be offline. So like when you're fighting the polar bears, you threw a bunch of spores at them, and like you've created sort of like barriers and that
aura.
Yeah, exactly. So like the aura will be offline.
Okay.
Like for the adventure, not like till you take a nap.
Yeah. I think for a cost as potentially steep as that, I would want to consult my friends first and let them know that I will be depleting myself pretty severely to do this.
Sure.
They will only be able to depend on me for so much going forward.
Well, if
So
that's
maybe
the only
if they're still fitting me for a bathing suit or anything like that, then that's what I would
It's
up.
as
Honestly,
as
it's gonna
Duncan
free up-
is cutting out your crotch diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, well, you know what?
I'm
Most of the
just supposing-
spores weren't really going to be shown off in the diamonds anyways. Like, we could always, like, throw one on for your nips or whatever, but I feel like it'll work for me for the swimsuit. Generally speaking, I mean, as long as it's not going to hurt you, that's my concern. Otherwise, we could go hunt for dead things, but we don't have a whole lot of time.
The nature of the cluster itself ensures that I will receive and be blessed by these spores again in time. I just wish for you both to know that should things turn dire during the festival, if we are faced with combat, I will not be as effective.
Princess?
Well, I mean, is there another alternative, really?
The alternative
I mean, we
is
have to do this,
I
right?
do not. Yes. I just wished for you to know.
You can
I know.
refuse
Thanks.
to create more Sundara. That is actually an option. You would just have to.
That's what I was going to
approach
say
it
is the
delicately.
alternative is not to create Sundara. Yeah.
For our plan to work, we need the Sundara. The only way to do that is for me to expend the spore clusters that I have on me.
Right now, our plan is to make friends, gather information, and help where we can. We don't actually have a plan that's like, we've got to fight a bunch of people and then kill things. I don't think we should build that in fundamentally to plans that just seem to be more diplomatic, religious, and cultural exchanges. So, listen, not everywhere's going to be the Bone Spur Mountains. And I did not have any sign of a hostile intent here. I think we can move forward pretty confidently.
I mean, I do think there is something a bit nefarious going on with the pool.
What makes you say that?
Well, because I had a kind of freaky dream, and there was like an elvish woman looking into the pool, and then her reflection was all like, "Rah!" like gross and decayed and withered. And she was like, "Oh, isn't this beautiful?" Blah, blah, blah.
So, like, what makes you... How do you know that that's something evil as opposed to just you dealing with the fact that you don't have a body anymore? Could it have been a metaphor?
I don't think so. Well,
That's okay. I trust you. I'm just
maybe.
checking in.
I mean, let me think this through. I was like an old human body, and I looked in the reflection and I saw my armored body, and then pretty elvish woman saw horrible body. So maybe that's just being like, oh, maybe I should think like, oh no, like I don't even know, I've lost it. I was gonna no, it doesn't make sense.
All right,
Not
so
good for me.
we
This
don't
is
have
just basically saying that I think I'm hideous and I'm probably right.
I am prepared to sacrifice my spores for more Sundara, as long as you are still 30% ready to die.
Well,
sir,
I
as
guess
I've said to
so.
you
I
before,
mean-
and I'll say it again, I died the moment I took my oaths.
right, let's just keep our eyes
Princess?
open. Yeah, great. Let's just keep our eyes open for like an elvish woman with like pale blue hair. And if she shows up, I don't know, maybe like be on guard.
You know what? We can introduce her to Mr. Bang. And I just spin my
Great.
pistol
I
out
mean,
and then spin it back away.
well, you know, if she's like not a good person, then yes.
So Makka, then you're going to go ahead and create the Sundara that you can.
I've just made a note that Halo of Spores and Symbiotic Entity are offline.
Great. So you spend some time kind of meditating over the spores. It's funny because changing the color on them is actually very easy. It's just not something you ever bother to do because why would you? So you're able to yeah,
What's the
exactly.
point? Yeah.
But you're able to kind of figure it out. The fact that it is so easy to do at this base level actually disturbs you somewhat because there's clearly a version of this that could have been done without disrupting the cycle so much and without killing the spores. But whoever altered them clearly did not either know how or care in their creation of the Sundara. So, Duncan, you want to rehearse the fight. Is that correct?
Yes. And we have to flower up Gwendolyn. Those are my two goals.
Okay. So go ahead, please, and just give me like an attack roll, if you would. Gwendolyn,
Sure.
what is your AC?
20.
20. Okay.
Because I'm fighting the invisible sword, right?
Yeah. Just for sake of sanity, we're just going to use the existing numbers.
Beautiful. Then I'll expend my assault swashing point because got to practice at my best. There's no rehearsal where he doesn't give 110%. He's a pro.
Talking about practice.
Yeah, that is 22 to hit.
All right. So it's less that Gwendolyn is actively trying to like fight the hell out of you with the floating sword, and more so just that she's not great at faking it. So she's actually putting up like a decent defense. But once you kind of understand that that's where it is, and kind of you start to see the technique you taught her, just by extension through the Elos blade. So once you get that down pat, you're able to kind of figure out the steps and set up enough flourishes that you feel satisfied with the combat.
Great.
Cool. In terms of muddying her up, I think that's just something you can do. I don't really see any reason to roll for that.
I know how to jam dirt into my face
You
already.
do. This is
I've
literally
had practice.
Yeah, this is a thing you do. So Gwendolyn, the other thing you wanted to do was to investigate the pool.
Yes.
How would you like to do that? You mentioned doing it maybe under the cover of night, so like a sneaky thing.
Yes, sneaky.
Okay.
Basically me and my skulking cloak being like, I'm trying to be clandestine.
And don't forget to practice your questions with Makka.
Yes.
More like Clang Destin. Am I right, folks? She's made of metal.
Oh,
Hey!
that has been Curse Code and Crown. Good night. Tip your servers. So
Nice.
go ahead and roll me. Let's go with a persuasion roll for your questions with Makka.
Okay.
Less that you need to persuade him, less coaching and more that you occasionally need to persuade him to answer questions.
Gotcha.
He's also very busy color changing spores. So
Nat 20.
Ooh.
weirdly, Makka, because you're so focused on the spores, you're actually very pliable right now because you don't have time to be confused. So with less difficulty than you would anticipate, Gwendolyn, you're able to coach Makka on these answers, and rather than having to put up with a lot of but why, you just kind of get him agreeing a lot, and you run him through it enough that I think it's that frustration thing where someone eventually is just like, yes. I say I want world peace and this and this and this. Those are the things you've told me to say. I'm going to say them. Just go. And you feel pretty good about yourself. Honestly, your younger brother was annoying enough throughout all the time you knew him previous to him stabbing you that you're pretty good at repeating yourself. So this was just that, except he didn't turn out to be a murderous son of a bitch.
Not yet.
The night's young. Cool. Following that, evening falls. Duncan is practicing his kata. Ever the perfectionist, he wasn't exactly happy with how his steps worked. Makka is going to be up all night with the spores. I think also making sure that the alterations you've done won't kill them. So it's one thing to just do this. It's another thing to feel okay releasing all of them.
Definitely. That's got to be a big caveat.
And I think also probably testing the back door to make sure that once you do determine what the deal with the memory is, that it activates the way you intend it to. So they're both kind of fairly distracted when, Gwendolyn, you draw your cloak around you and sneak out into the night to see to clandestine affairs. Can you go ahead and roll me a stealth check, please? Normally I'd give you disadvantage on this, but because you're wearing your cloak...
and you're covered in dirt,
and
so
you're covered
you
in
can't
dirt.
clang.
You've kind of managed to even out in the middle.
I don't smell like just metal anymore.
You
So many
smell worse.
flowers.
Oh, yikes. That's a 4.
I wasn't sure if that was a good or bad yikes.
Yeah, I was gonna say in a turn of events that will shock literally no one who's seen a suit of armor, you clang your way to the pool.
Half the flowers fall out. The dirt's gone off a bunch of the surface.
I think this
Yeah.
is literally like a do 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 do. Look do 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 do. Stop. Look.
Staccato violin strings.
Yeah, clang, clang, clang. Was I sneaky?
Yeah. You're
Clang,
just,
clang, 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 clang.
Yeah, you're just a spy versus spy cartoon. So you make it to the edge of the water, and once again you see the sort of golden shimmer across the surface. What is your intent with the pool? What are you trying to ascertain?
I'm literally just like, is an elven woman gonna show up? What do I see in my reflection?
When will your reflection show what you feel inside?
Yeah, exactly. Who is this girl I see?
Yeah. Literally, though, that is the main question at hand.
Yeah.
Okay. So you come up to the edge of the water, and you kind of look into the depths, and it's night. The water is dark. There's no kind of natural light sources around. But you think you see just a pale blue light at the bottom of the sort of like deep underwater, and you kind of like stare very intently at it. How badly do you want to investigate this sort of thing? Is this like a take a quick look and then leave, or what's the strategy here?
I mean, like, I really want to know what's going on.
Fair enough. Okay, so you lean in a bit further. Can you roll me a perception check, please?
Yes. 18.
18. The blue kind of fades out of sight for a moment and then fades back in. And you think you see almost like the thin line of a smile, and sort of a shimmer of almost glowing skin, haloed by a pale blue light. And just as you kind of come to terms with this, is when you feel the hands on your back shoving you forward into the darkness.
Hey!
Hi, I'm Ryan LaPlante, and I'm one of the crazy founders of Dumb Dumbs and Dice, the production company that's made the video you're watching or the podcast you're listening to right now. Now, we're clearly busy. We're producing 5 weekly podcasts, a 6th event podcast, video event one-shots, and an additional video D&D campaign. But we want to take this time to invite you to become a part of our company and a part of our Patreon at patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. You can get access to our Discord, access to exclusive DM and character chats. You can get the chance to name characters in our shows and vote on the way their stories will progress. You can even become a recurring NPC and hear yourself interacting with our characters each week through the voice of Tom. You can become a patron for as little as $1, and there's great value for you at even that level. So please, join the Dumb Dumbs and Dice family and help us make even more content in a way that you are guaranteed to love. That's patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. DUMBDICE. So let's do something dumb together, and thanks for being part of our stories.
Gwendolyn, you are plunged into darkness as the waters surround you. Despite being made of metal, you feel a chill run through you as the sort of magical water takes its hold.
A chill? Oh no.
You drift downward as the weight of your armor kind of pulls you under. There's that weird, horrible kind of internal suction as all the air inside the armor is replaced by water. And you find yourself sinking kind of deeper and deeper into the pond. As you do so, the blue glow is still faintly present, but seems to be dissipating the closer and closer you get to it. Eventually, the weight of you kind of hits the bottom, and you are confronted by the desiccated remains of a being wearing kind of a kind of just shreds of what seems to be a gown of some sort. Skeletal face kind of looking up at you, and both arms kind of drifting, floating as the sort of remaining flesh holds them together, sort of almost looking like they're pointing upward or reaching for the surface. What do you do?
Well, I mean, it's not like, doesn't appear to be alive, right?
No,
this seems to be remains.
Definitely not. Yep.
Okay, well, then maybe I should help it reach the surface. I don't know. Is this me just like Gwendolyn literally like standing on the bottom, looking at this thing, having a think. All right, so I could...
It looks pretty well entrenched here. Like you could kind of like rip it up off the bottom here, but it's clearly been here for quite some time.
All right, can I examine it if there's anything like strange about it? Like, do I sense that the magical force is like concentrated here?
You do.
I do. Can I like dig around the body to see if like what's, I don't know, is it the whole body? Is it like everything?
Yeah. So you scrabble around a little bit. It does seem to be the whole body. You don't see any wounds on the body. So there's no obvious sign of trauma. As you kind of dig around the bottom, you actually find a number of kind of reflective surfaces. So hand mirrors, compacts, that sort of thing. That seem to be kind of just under a layer of muck and grime. Other than that, the body's just kind of down here.
That's kind of weird. Can I I want to pick up one of the mirrors. Do I see anything in it? Or is it just reflection?
Yeah, it's just like a waterlogged mirror.
All right. I want to reach out and take the hands, both of its hands in mine. Mm-hmm. Nothing? I'm like,
nope.
Hey, hello? 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 Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's just bubbles coming up from the and out of the eye sockets. Yeah, you don't get any response. Now, when I say the magic seems it's concentrated here, it's not like this body is like brimming with magic. It just does seem to kind of be all around you.
Okay. Well, fuck. All right. I think I need to like talk to Duncan and Makka because I'm like, I can't make this decision. I don't know what's the best option here.
Okay,
No.
so with that, you begin the long climb back to the surface. It's late at night. Duncan, you're pretty satisfied with your sword kata. You think it's really come together quite nicely. You had to kind of reverse direction on your normal cape flips because you were just finding it wasn't quite working for you. But now it seems pretty good. So you go and untie the string you used to attach the Elos blade to the ceiling and kind of go and put it by Gwendolyn's bedside, which is when you notice the two pillows under the blanket that she seems to have set up, which doesn't really make any sense given that she doesn't sleep like that anymore, but the intent is pretty clear. What do you do?
All right, so she's still young. She thinks this is the same as being gone, but they didn't kidnap her because this is incredibly stupid, so it's definitely her who did this. So she's probably sneaking off, maybe meeting a boy, who knows? I don't know these root folk. And I think he'll do that thing where you like turn out the lights and sit in a chair just inside the door and talk sternly when they come back.
All right, and Makka, I assume you're still just focused on creating Sundara?
Yeah. That's my thing right now.
What does it look like for you to just like hardcore grow spores?
I think because they are being used as a conduit, because there's a magical component to it, it's like an orchestra conductor. But I am basically coaxing these spores to kind of shower out of the mushroom caps that are like across my shoulders and on the back of my head and on my shell, and kind of I guide them down and they coalesce at the bottom of a jar and start to collect that way. Yeah.
Very cool.
I definitely appear to be in like my own world doing this. It's not like something that I can carry like a conversation while I do it sort of thing.
It's also probably the first time you've had to do this away from the swamp in any really serious way. Like you've summoned spores in other circumstances, but nothing of this magnitude. Mm-hmm. Yeah, very cool. Okay, so Gwendolyn, you clamber because I don't think there's any elegance in your climb out of out of the pond. And kind of shake off the remnants of the lovingly packed poop that had covered your armor. Looking around, there's no evidence of who pushed you in. Mm-hmm. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. So kind of like wringing out your cloak, you begin to stealth clomp back to base. As you enter sort of through the door, you find that the space is dark aside from Makka, your spores are slightly bioluminescent, is that correct?
Yep.
So you see Makka kind of in the corner conducting spores into the jars and kind of working his magic.
And then a hooded lantern opens and it's casts Duncan in light from behind, and he's like, "Where do you think you were going, young lady?"
I went to see the pool. Because remember, I had that dream, right?
Yeah, you told me about a dream. That doesn't mean you have to risk the crown of Orville.
Well, I just wanted to see the pool. Anyway, so I went to the pool, and
Wait. No. You have to realize what you did, and then you have to apologize. Makka has been up all night, very upset, can't talk, so upset he won't talk. I'm upset. You could have got murdered. You could have got kidnapped. You could have got picked up by the Covenant of Cricket. We don't know what's haunted around here. Literally, you're the crown, and you left. My only job, my soul is sworn to protect you, and you went off because you had a dream. That's insane.
Okay, well, fine. Then come with me.
Where? Why?
Back to the pool.
Okay,
Back to the pool because I want to show you something.
Okay.
Look, there's a dead body at the bottom of the pool, and there's like all these like little mirrors and like reflective stuff like around the body. And something pushed me in, and I don't know what it was.
Let's rewind for a second. I feel like I might need to hear this story a little more slowed down because you went into the sacred pool that they base their society around without permission.
Well, I didn't mean to. I was just leaning over, like looking into it, be like, what will I see? Is that like elf lady gonna show up? And then I was like, it's like pretty and glowy. And then suddenly it's like someone pushed me in. And I just like sank to the bottom.
So that's why you don't have any dirt left on you. Because I was gonna say, your whole disguise is gone. It's just you.
I'd never intended to go into the pool. Not
really.
What
I'd like to show you right now is situational awareness is key to not getting murdered if you're the ruler of a country. And I think you got assaulted, which means now, technically, legally,
I didn't get hurt.
I have to murder the person who pushed you, which I don't want to do. So let's not. But now I need to find out who they are for multiple reasons.
Well, then why don't we go and then like I'll sneak to the pool again and then like you hide and then like when I'm leaning over it, you'll see who comes up to push me.
Okay, I've only got two concerns with this plan. One, are you sure that you were so sneaky that no one saw you? Because if people saw you go into the sacred... Shite. I can't really pretend it's someone else with you being a giant clanking set of armor.
I mean, no one approached me to be like, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, you don't know what they yelled after they pushed you into the pool. Okay,
so the idea of a serial pusher being like, if I go back, they'll push me again.
I can't help it. Yeah.
Society made me this way.
So, what do you know about the dead body?
It's like, it looks pretty old. It's like kind of shrivelly and like dead. And it looks like it would fall apart if you like tried to like pull on it.
So why can't we just leave it in the pool? No one drinks that water. It should be fine.
We can leave it there. It's just like weird because it's like where all like the magic is like it's not I don't think the magic is coming from it, but like this kind of like the center of the magic of the pool is kind of where the body is approximately.
Okay, so let's rewind. So you're telling me the pool is magic. Remember,
we've been over this.
I just have a knife. This is all I know. A stab, you don't die. It's a step 1, step 2 plan. All right, so Makka, I know you're really... I like look over and I'm like, I know you're really mad about Gwendolyn leaving, but we have a magical corpse at the bottom of a pool. I don't want to pull you away from sporing it up, but like...
Again, I don't know that the corpse itself is magical.
So Makka, I've got a story that has no meaning or context... And then she's demanding we do something. What's your opinion on doing something because something because something?
That's all you get from him. As he's very, very intently working.
Okay, so it sounds like we sort of have two options. I guess 3. 1, you can go down and just break the corpse. I don't know, just yank it apart and we leave it. 2, go down and steal it. Or C, I pack you full of shite again, and we hope flowers will grow in half the time.
Well, why don't we pack me up, and then we go to the pool, and then you lean over it, and see if someone pushes you in. And then the flowers will all be like starting to grow, and then I won't risk getting pushed in, and you'll see what I saw.
Now, I just want to be clear, because this plan makes no sense. You want me to go alone, leaving you here with someone who can't even talk. So again, unprotected. And your hope is that I'm assaulted while by myself and shoved into a pool But I can drown, right? Like, you can't, but I can drown. Why wouldn't we send you and I try to catch whoever pushes you? I'm sneaky.
But as long as you, like, catch them before I, go get thrown in, otherwise we're going to have to do the whole, like, regrow stuff and packing mud and...
Yes, that's true. My only concern is this seems to be the most sacred site of this entire group of people.
So why is there a dead body in it? That's like not magical, maybe.
I don't know.
And it was like, why did someone push me in if it's so sacred?
Listen, you're asking
Important
me...
questions need to be answered.
These are questions that I think only you really want answered. And finding those answers could involve us being arrested or murdered by 3 people. It's a sacred site. Why did we have armor in the middle of the town? Well, you know what? If someone had taken the armor down and put it on, we would have fucking arrested them, and then they would have been hanged.
Yeah, but...
And their argument would be, well, why was there armor in the hall if I couldn't just go put it on? That seems weird to me. We'd still hang them. They'd give a nice speech.
I mean, at least we had signs around.
Did you look for a sign?
I didn't see a sign.
But did you look for one? It's Derek.
Not specifically, but I'm saying if you don't want someone to go somewhere, then a sign should be readily visible from anywhere.
Do you remember that sign we saw outside the town? Could you read the words on that sign?
No, but I knew they were communicating something.
So when they told us to stay away from the pool because it was very sacred and we had to make sure not to get close. Remember when the person told us that when they brought us into town? Was that not enough of a sign?
But then why did I have that dream?
I want to be clear, and this is rare where I'm going to try to draw an ethical line for you. You are a ruler and a diplomat who does not just represent a nation, but also represents an entire chain of nations who've joined as equals. And if your rulership...
Tom left.
No, he just stepped away. But if you think that you can rule all of those nations and make decisions based on your dreams, we're fucked right now. We may as well all go... I'll just go drown myself in the fucking lake. Why would I come out again? You might dream that you had to drown me. You might dream that I tried to kill you and then I go to jail for treason.
Don't make decisions based on dreams.
I'm
writing this down on a scroll that I'm going to keep with me.
Yeah, if you want to know the first rule of Duncan's rules for the crown, it's don't make decisions based on your dreams.
All right, then what do you recommend? We just like go on about our business and wait for like a scary like elf lady to show up and be all like...
Again, you're really leaning on this dream as reality, which I don't think is the best strategy. But I gave you 3 options. Go on as though you did not break the most sacred rule of the forest people. Go back and just break the corpse and see if that changes things. Or go back and steal the corpse. Or I guess we could go back, you could peek in the pool and I'd try to catch someone if they shove you. But if they're a tree, I don't know how to stop them. They're very strong. The nice nerd tree. He hit me so hard.
It seems like you want me to choose option 1 that seems anticlimactic.
Okay, here's Duncan's second rule of leadership. If something's anticlimactic so it doesn't lead to a war or getting arrested and hanged, it might be a good decision to make on a day-to-day basis. You don't want to be climactic every moment. There's a curse said by other people. May you live in interesting times. Be boring. It's the greatest strength of a long-term ruler.
Well, then
Makka, you agree, right?
Why don't we tell stories about the boring rulers then?
Well, because imagine it's sort of like, you know, when we had the jesters who'd go up and then they'd tell stories to the crowd, you know, stand-up jesters. Mm-hmm. They'd do their act. Very rarely are they like, you know that time I went over to the pub and I had a nice night and then my friend stayed my friend. It makes a shite story. However, it's exactly how you want to live your life. I mean, you do. And the people below you do. I'm going to die gloriously. Exceptions to the rule, Dawnbreaker. Be a Dawnbreaker, you get to die gloriously. But you're a ruler and they're the people. You need to be boring. Sometimes.
This is so boring.
So, do you want to go do something exciting that could get us killed?
Obviously.
Or do you want to be responsible?
Be responsible.
That's your choice, not mine.
This is all gonna blow up in our face, though. I'm just saying.
And with that, you crawl under your blanket, push aside your pillows, stuff some dirt in your face, and fall asleep. Not that you'd ever tell him this. You have no dreams this evening. In any case, Makka, you work through the night. We're going to say this kind of counts as having slept. It wasn't really, but you're not going to suffer any detrimental effect. Duncan, do you stay up in case a spooky elf lady shows up all night, or do you get a sufficient amount of sleep?
Now he's got to sit in that fucking chair all night because he doesn't know if the trees are going to try to arrest us. So, like, he'd get some sleep, but it's not going to be good. Like, he's going to have to stretch so much in the morning. Yeah,
I'm gonna give you disadvantage on intelligence-based checks today because you're fucking tired.
That's very reasonable.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So the day of the festival has arrived. To your delight, Duncan, no one arrives to arrest you. In fact, when you sort of make your way out of the, for lack of a better term, shed in the morning, you find that things seem to be going about the way they normally do. There's not like red tape, like they don't have like weird tree police tape around the pond. There doesn't seem to be any pomp and circumstance other than the festival beginning and sort of the pathway being festooned with all sorts of decorations, and everyone seems to be coming out excitedly. Bill Bergia is there early in the morning, saying, "Listen, I received a sneasel-fly from the Baroness. She's wondering whether the Sundara is ready or not, because it's kind of the festival right now, and that's when she needs it, so..."
It is ready.
Okay.
And I will hold up the one big jar of it that I've been able to make.
Okay, so he's like, okay, great, I'll get this into the right hands. So you see him kind of like run off with it and kind of show it to some of those smaller saplings that you saw earlier that were doing the paint job. And they kind of like nod at each other, and like a few more of them come trooping out and just have that look that like baristas have right before you like open on a miserable day and everyone needs coffee. Like it's a Black Friday retail thing where everyone just kind of nods at each other and is like,
Here we go.
And then they just fucking run off with brushes, and they're just brushing everyone they can. They're just adding as much Sundara to people as they possibly can. It means you're getting a lot of like just lipstick or like just cocked eyebrow and regular eyebrow. They're just doing the best they can. Oh boy, I'm so sorry. I also stayed up all night trying to stop crazy elven ladies and tree people from arresting me. So you kind of make your way through the crowd. What's your plan? Do you want to go check in with the Baroness, or are you just going to kind of jump into the ceremony when it seems appropriate?
Well, I think
Me or the group?
Whole group.
All right, friends, do we need to like get permission to perform an act of aesthetic impressibility? Because I don't know if they're going to intend for us to be a part of this. Also, I don't know where we do it, or how, or what the terms are.
Is there like a sign-up list or a program for the day?
Perhaps we should attend the festival to learn more.
All right, that makes sense. So, Makka, here's another awkward question. So, the princess sort of went for a swim last night, and then I had to repack her full of shite this morning, which means nothing's grown. She's just a shite monster. Do you have any ability to sort of speed that up so that, you know, she can be a flower beast instead of a shite monster for the tree people?
Yes, I could do something.
Okay,
you.
but how fast will that act? Because if it'll do it immediately, we should probably do that as her aesthetic feat. If it'll take a few hours, we should do that now so she's not shite later.
Well, let me tell you.
How good is that, Barry?
Instantaneous, baby. So I cast Plant Growth.
Yes!
or excuse me. Yes, no, sorry. Plant Growth. This spell channels vitality into plants within a specific area. There are 2 possible uses for the spell, granting either immediate or long-term benefits. You cast the spell using 1 action, choose a point within range. All normal plants in a 100-foot radius centered on that point become thick and overgrown. It becomes difficult terrain. I can exclude 1 or more areas of any size of the spell's area from being affected. So yes, we can localize this just on
nice.
on Gwendolyn.
I was hoping you were going to do the inverse, just leave like a circle around her that doesn't get it, so like she doesn't get touched, but just everything around her explodes into bloom.
Yeah. So I will cast. That's a
Wait.
3rd level.
Wait,
spell
what?
then.
No. And then, well, you already cast it, so I'm scrambling. I said if it was immediate. Wait, it would be her thing.
And then the flowers burst forth from her chest. I think if we were framing this, it would just be like you yelling that, and then out of the side of the panel, just like petals hit you. As the shite monster, as you put it, becomes a beautiful walking garden.
Well,
Yeah.
that was a beautiful experience that no one saw. What an unforgettable and striking
Wait.
visual that no
Wait.
one saw.
Can you do it
Duncan,
again
surely.
and make it even more like resplendent? Then you could do that.
No, it's okay.
later.
I rolled my eyes because I thought you were saying I had to repack you with shite for a 3rd time, and I'm not doing it. I've had enough. I have dignity. You know what I'll tell you right now? Shoveling shite into a princess who's an empty suit of armor is not the glory that I sought when I became a Dawnbreaker.
Just saying, you, sir, are no poopsmith.
You know what?
So, as this happens, someone walks by and says in Sylvan, "Oh wow, that's pretty good. Well, they should have done that for the talent." And then they just wander off.
I don't know what they said, but I didn't like that fluting bastard.
Makka translates it for you. Don't worry.
Excellent. Good.
Fucking hell.
So with that, you make your way over to kind of the central path of splendor. People have lined up. You can see all sorts of root folk rather, have kind of like lined the sides of this. Everyone's kind of trying to get a good view. Of course, they're all like 8 feet tall. Not all of them, most of them. So it's weirdly like walking through a new forest that's sprung up. That said, Bill Bergia comes over at some point, having given the Sandara to the little like helpers, and he, you quickly explain that you'd like to participate, and he's got his like rattling tray of glasses, and he's like, yeah, that's totally fine. Of course, anyone can worship Leonea. You know, we would consider that very nice. That's a very nice gesture that that all of you want to do. Essentially, he kind of like quickly goes and speaks to one of the organizers. There isn't a program or anything because written language doesn't seem to really be their jam. But there is kind of a master of ceremonies, and she's got a sort of a beautiful long, what would be like basically a bow staff for human height, but for her almost looks like a baton to some extent. And she kind of uses that to like gain order by like pounding it on the ground. It's beautifully carved, very ornate, and she uses that to just indicate who's next.
Cool.
I'm gonna yawn to death today. That's just my thing for tonight. Man, when you're in the middle of narration, it's just like, there we go.
Oh, you got Tyler.
Contagious.
You got Tyler. You're gonna get me soon. I'm feeling it. This is gonna be what we're doing.
I just drank coffee.
Man, I wish I drank coffee. I'm gonna drink coffee at the next break.
All right, so
Lubba
she's
dub dub.
pointing at the next person.
Yeah. So you have a
tree
couple. You have a few minutes before it comes to you. You can see again a variety of different sort of acts of beauty. There's poetry in Sylvan that Makka translates painfully literally, so it makes no fucking sense in common, but like you get that it would likely be very beautiful based on the reactions of people
like gibberish tree imagery.
It's like when you translate literally not for meaning, so it's just like water. Oh, crying. They're talking about crying. It's like, okay, great.
I don't know why they didn't just use the word crying. It's a waste of time.
This is where we discover that
Says Makka.
poetry is infuriating for Makka as the most pointless art.
Yeah, and then you see some like interpretive dance. It's interesting hearing what passes for music amongst the root folk, given that their sort of iteration of Sylvan is so musical. It's fascinating. It's a lot of wood percussion because they have that, so a lot of kind of very rhythmic stuff. And then, sure enough, the baton kind of comes to the three of you. Who's going to go first?
Okay, Makka's got to go last because that one requires the most setup. Makka, should we send Gwendolyn up first so that you can make her become more flowery? Is that a thing?
Yes, I could do that. It is not a simple task, though. I will be spending another spell slot. I don't have.
All right, I think we've got to commit to this. So, Gwendolyn, how about you go and I think you got two options: improvised dance number or motivational speech. Go, and I just shove her out so that she's now standing in front of the crowd.
The Master of Ceremonies is clearly pointing at Makka, and then Gwendolyn stumbles forward, and you see her just kind of go, and quickly just like point at Gwendolyn instead. So it seems like it was all intentional.
We both shove her out, and just like someone from another show that we do, when I have my hand on her shoulder to give her a shove, I cast guidance.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Gwendolyn, like you were running for student council president in a teen coming of age movie, you stumble into the spotlight. All of the root folk, their eyes are fixed on you. You see the Baroness, resplendent in her touched-up Sandara, kind of looking expectantly and somewhat skeptically at you.
All right, I think I just have to like play into the biases of these people. So I just start with kind of my arms open, just saying like, yesterday I was but a plain suit of armor, a disgusting metal thing that people make. But today, and I do like a little pirouette, I am what you see before me. I love the forest. The forest has made me better.
You hear someone in Sylvan, and Makka, you'd get this, just mutter like, "Ha! She's a Chia princess."
Yes, and then in common, because I've been translating, I'll just yell out,
They are mocking you.
Wait, did you translate her speech for the crowd, or did she just essentially yell at them in a foreign language while spinning?
That's what happened.
She said a lot of things very quickly, so not everything was translated. I think they got the gist of it.
Yeah, you know what? Let's not remind her that they will not have understood most of the speech. I think let's. Oh, great job, princess! Just a lot of clapping from
I just
Duncan.
awkwardly shuffle off.
Yeah, the trees start like smacking their arms together as well. And weirdly, it sounds similar to the dancing. So like a couple of them just start like awkwardly shuffle dancing, not really sure what's going on. The Master of Ceremonies is wearing the new Sandara, so it doesn't react, but you feel like a look of abject terror was likely on her face. She really hesitantly starts to point at Makka, and I assume you shake your head.
I will like bow my head to decline and gesture over to Duncan.
And then she just awkwardly tracks over to Duncan.
Yeah,
Points,
so
and in Sylvan yells, "This one! My plan all along!"
So Duncan reaches up and takes the shoulder of his outfit underneath his cape, and he pulls forwards, and it all just comes off like tearaway pants. And he reveals that he is now wearing a loincloth made of iron silk, because that is a naturally occurring thing. So he is using the gnome glove as like a pouch to hold his junk in place.
Wow.
And he's got like a vest sort of thing sewn together of leaves. And his cape, he's like flipped it around, and the interior of it is like green with forestry stuff. And then he draws the Elos blade, and he steps forward and he says, "Makka, please, you just gotta get this one. I'm gonna do it magnificently. Please don't undersell this. Friends of the forest, I come to you knowing the greatest foe we all face, unholy steel and terrifying." And he pours his flask of oil over the blade, says, "Flame!" And he lights it afire, and it's spooky. And he says, "I will be a champion for your people and show you the beauty of the blade and saving us all from this monster." And he throws the sword into the air and looks at Gwendolyn, hoping she'll catch it in the air so it'll look cool. Huh?
Gwendolyn, would you think to do that?
He would have coordinated this, but I still don't know if she would have done that.
I would make it do like a fun spinny thing.
Great, that's terrifying. And then instead of my usual sword, I actually pull forward. I've got a piece of wood that's the right length of a rapier. And I'll pose myself for combat. And then the idea is I basically have to dodge the sword until I can put it out with my cape, and then I'll defeat it with the stick.
Okay, so give me a dexterity save, please.
Beautiful. Well, just let me double check my abilities. No, I'm good. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, that is 13.
Cast guidance on the wrong person.
So
That was 13 with a +8.
Duncan, you go to deftly step out of the way of the Elos blade, but you're used to.
Wait, no, I have advantage because I love my cape. Because the Poop Lord sprayed it down with fire retardant stuff, which gives me advantage on my first dex save against fire.
Yes, this is true.
Wow.
The same number! You fucking dice! Another 5! I rolled 2 5s! The sheer odds against this!
Yeah, so as I was saying before, you rolled equally badly. You try and step out of the way, but you're not used to doing this in a pouch. So as you try and step, you move in such a way that the iron silk hardens as it would against an incoming blow. And that jostles your junk in a not great way. With a slightly less than heroic yelp, you stumble forward, and the flat of the blade smashes you against the back. Your cape takes the fire heat. I was
gonna say, Tom, can I use a reaction to try to parry the clumsy strike of the blade?
Sure. It's
Sick.
less an attack and more you fell into the way of it, but yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know if there's a way to try to make this look like a thing I'm doing. Instead of just,
React away.
Instead of kill. Okay, so they cost me a swashing point, and I can reduce the damage by. It'll reduce the damage by 13. So if it did less damage than 13, I successfully parry the blow, and it doesn't strike me.
It did do less than that. So
Sick.
You knock the blade away. The crowd, as if you were slightly failing at Rock Band, murmurs. They're not grumbling anymore. They were pretty excited when you threw off your cape. So now they're kind of middling. What do you do now?
Great. Now I'm going at that thing with my stick. We got the fire off. Now it's just game time. So this is a lot of like pirouetting, batting it aside into the ground, kicking it so it like bounces out of the ground, then it comes at me again. So there's a lot of like flipping and cape work and batting it aside until my goal in the end is to essentially smack it so hard that it stabs into the ground, and then to stand on the hilt with one foot like you do triumphantly over someone at the end of a duel.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack, please.
Okay, cool. And I'm going to use the swashing point for this as well, which means I get to add stuff to it. Plus, Tom, I don't know if this will count, but I have a new ability at level 5 called Duelist, which gives me bonuses if I am fighting a single opponent with no other combat within 10 feet.
Yeah, right.
It's +1 to the roll, so it's not really like a game changer. It's a thing.
It is technically accurate. There is nothing else going on. Just people watching.
And I have 2 attacks now, but I don't know if that affects this in any way.
It does not.
Nice.
I'm moving the sword with bonus actions. Like,
Yeah. 17.
just in case you were wondering.
That's 21.
That will hit. So yeah, you bat the blade hard into the ground. Luckily, Gwendolyn remembers the bit and releases her grip as you do so. So it plunges deep into the earth, and you stomp your foot impressively into it.
I was gonna say, and I raise my stick and I just start chanting, "Earth over steel! Earth over steel!" And I looked at Makka and I'm like, "You son of a bitch, you better be doing this. Earth over steel!"
And he's just saying the words.
Earth over steel. Earth over steel. He's repeating this over and over.
Bergia rushes in and kind of pushes you to one side, pulls the sword out, quickly looks through the gap. Then he stands up and says, "Don't worry, everyone. Didn't hit a root. No roots were hit." And everyone there's a collective sigh of relief, and then they all start chanting "Earth over steel."
All right.
Oh, I love that.
Nailed it. So I'll walk off stage and I'll turn to Makka and I'm like, "Okay, Makka, so here's the deal. Here's how this is going to go down. Step 1, you have to go off, show off your evening gown. Then you have to switch to the bathing suit. Go up, strut out the bathing suit. You know how Gwendolyn showed you to strut yesterday? That's going to be great.
Remember, don't strut, glide.
Perfect, do that. Then we're going to ask you questions in front of the crowd. I'll get Bill Bergia to do the translation, so don't worry about it. And you get to really prove your knowledge. So let's do this." And I jam his evening gown onto him.
Great. Makka?
Makka will walk out to the center of where everyone's been doing their displays of beauty, and he will say,
Hello. My name is Makka Deathcap, Gravekeeper of the Turtles. And this is my evening gown.
You hear someone mutter "Good gliding. Very, very impressive."
All right, Princess, you might have to start doing a little bit of colored commentary on these because I'm worried they're not going to be exciting if it's just him factually saying his name. All right, come back. We're going to do the bathing suit. Come on here.
I will return in a moment wearing different clothes.
walk away.
So I'm stripping him out of his evening gown. I'm like, "Vamp, you got a vamp, Princess."
And Makka Deathcap so elegantly portrayed the stylings of kind of Orwell with a little bit of a twist, and being a turtle is very different. Let's move on to the swimsuit quickly.
Bill Bergia translates all that for you when he realizes that Makka is no longer translating and that this is an incredibly long speech in a language no one else knows.
And then I've got the reverse bikini on Makka.
Mm-hmm.
Just shove
The
back up.
Ravini?
Oh, there we go.
And I'm back out there, and I say,
This is a new outfit. It is my bathing suit. Yes.
And here we have Makka Deathcap representing the bleen, showing the latest styles in swimwear from Orwell. Us humans are pretty weird in our styles, I suppose.
There's a peal of laughter throughout the crowd. That Bill Bergia turns to you. He's like, they really like that one.
Oh, that's excellent. All right, so Bill Bergia, I'm going to need your help with this. I've got to ask him 3 questions that he has to answer to demonstrate his intellect in addition to his aesthetic appearance in a bathing suit. So, everyone, there's going to be 3 questions. The first one is, what is the meaning of life? And then I just throw to him, because it turns out in Orville, they're like not easy questions.
Yeah, that's okay.
Bill Bergia
Maka's got this one.
translates that for you. He doesn't need to, but...
Stone-faced, Makka replies,
To die. And give new life.
A ripple goes through the crowd that's slightly disapproving. You get the sense not a popular answer amongst the root folk.
All right, that's not exactly nailing it. That's going to make this second question a lot more stressful for me.
Makka, go ahead and roll me an insight check, please.
Insight. Where'd you go, Insight? +4? 11.
11. You get the sense that their disapproval has to do with the fact that they seem to actively take their bodies out of the kind of death and rebirth cycle by repurposing them for furniture and buildings. So they were half on board with your answer, but half is contrary to their way.
Okay.
So
Keeping in mind that this may not affect how Makka answers, it's just information you have.
Good to know.
So the second question for Makka Deathcap is, how do we achieve world peace?
Makka will say,
I was told to keep my answers vague, yet aspirational. Providing no specifics, and thus avoiding any potential criticism. However, I was also instructed to give a sort of overtly nationalist response. And so, Bleen is the greatest kingdom in the world. Yes. And I think our values are where the answers to these questions come from.
Gwendolyn, you forgot to tell him to play to the local crowd?
Okay, first of all, I wasn't going to ask those questions.
Well, we had to keep this pure. All right, so third question. Do you like it better when it's hot out or cold out? I tried to give him an easy one.
Heat lends itself to decomposition much faster than cold.
Okay, bonus question for all the points, because this is the only one that matters. There are some people, some very stupid people, who say that like events like this and contests like this are very shallow and they focus on the wrong aspects of self-worth. What do you say to those idiots?
Yes, I agree, yes.
Oh no.
The crowd
and
falls
he'll
silent.
look at the writing on his hand and be like,
Bleen is the greatest kingdom in the land.
All right, now it's
I
time
thought
for
that was an easy
now
one.
it's time for him to receive his points out of 10. And I just hand a scroll to Gwendolyn. I'm like, we're the judges. And reveal. And we both hold up scrolls that just have the number 10 written on them. But I kind of cover my face with the scroll, and I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work. I just whisper to Gwendolyn.
Bill Bergia just he lets out an upset gasp, and he puts a hand on Makka's arm and he says, "I am so sorry that you got 20 out of 10. I assume that disqualifies you since you are aiming for a target of 10. This is truly a dark day."
Does he say that in Sylvan or Common?
Sylvan.
Well, I can't correct him.
oh, yeah. And Makka will just nod and be like,
This was a new and novel experience to me. You are probably right. I failed terribly.
And Bill Bergia says, "Don't worry, it's what all the cool kids are doing." And then he puts down his tray of glasses and just like rubs wood around all the rims and makes no discernible sound.
Yep.
And he just kind of looks around in his mask, and you hear a chorus of woodwind boos, and he finishes his song, and then he just says, "Well, there's always next year. But I tell you, I learned some lessons here today that I will never forget."
We're still having this conversation in the middle of like the the ring of people.
Yeah, because he
I
went in
have,
next.
I have been slowly backing up,
Yeah.
like
So
imperceptibly.
Makka will just kind of shift his weight from like foot to foot and be like,
Yes, well, I'm going to go back over there now.
and just walk back over to to Gwendolyn and Duncan.
Bilbergia will bow to the pond and then follow. So there are a few more performances. Honestly, it's real hard to tell whether any of these are good. But finally, the event comes to an end, and the Master of Ceremonies asks that all the people who've presented step into a ring around the pond.
All right, I'll take my place.
Yeah, I imagine the three of us would stand together, but we'll join the ring.
Sure.
Oh, now I'm super curious. I say to myself in my head with an accent.
So, standing around the pond, you kind of stand there expectantly, and then suddenly the surface begins to tremble and pucker almost, as if there's a great sort of force rumbling it, and then slowly a figure begins to take shape out of the water. And there's kind of like a rushing sound of think like if a dam were to break, like that kind of level of water, and sort of this watery, it's cascading down over this figure, so you can't actually see the figure itself, but a bony arm emerges from the water and points at Gwendolyn. And you hear just kind of reverberating through the water in a voice that could be speaking Sylvan, could be speaking Common, could be speaking Drow. It doesn't really matter. It's all languages and no languages. You just hear it say,
This one visited me last night. Tell me, interloper, am I beautiful?
And taking my cue from my dream, of course you are.
the water, the arm lowers, and then a jet of water sort of shoots up and arcs up into the sky, briefly catching a ray of sun, before pummeling into you, Gwendolyn. You find the dirt and the muck and the flowers washed away, and as you kind of emerge from it, your armor gleaming, you find that you have a necklace hanging around your neck of sort of simple cord, and then what almost looks to be a sort of like like a divining rod, or like I guess a wishbone would be the same, but kind of so think like almost a Y, a letter Y, with kind of a spiky, almost sun-shaped object behind it. And you hear the Master of Ceremonies declare, Leonea has made her choice. It would seem that the woman of speeches is the victor. And you can hear there's some like confused grumbling because this doesn't entirely track. But everyone starts to dissipate really quickly. Like as soon as the favor has been granted, people start to kind of disappear. You get the sense it's one of those festivals that people attend desperately. It's like catching the bouquet. They're just there because they actually really want the thing. And as soon as the thing is no longer on offer, they melt back away.
Yeah, it's like when they call the lottery numbers. Nobody stays tuned into the channel after the last number's called.
Yeah, exactly. Or like a fringe lottery where everyone's like, we're just here to support each other. It's like, oh, I'm not in. Go fuck yourselves, all of you. And then you leave. So with that, you're kind of, Gwendolyn, you're swept up by a bunch of people. who begin to sort of usher you towards the pod. Makka and Duncan, you're able to kind of keep pace, but it's literally like she's just been like sort of picked up and bum rushed towards the pod. Gwendolyn, as this happens, you feel a firm pat on your shoulder. And it feels kind of like the same amount of force that you were pushed with. As you turn just out of the corner of your eye, and it's hard to tell because corner of your eye is like weird metal thing, but an incredibly tightly packed bunch of butterflies seem to be dissipating from what you could have sworn looked like an arm.
Oh.
And then you're off to the pod. So the group is rushed through. You don't have a lot of time to kind of regroup. Duncan, I imagine you're like pulling your pants on as you run.
Yeah.
It's a whole awkward affair. Just get a full fucking what's his name from Man in the Iron Mask? Depardieu, just always half naked.
Yeah, just working on that. 100%. I think at the same time, on this quick walk, I would be speedily catching Makka up on the dream and the corpse in the lake, because now that this is all starting to be true, I gotta make sure the one guy who understands death and necromancy and magic more than anybody else is like really up to speed.
Gotcha. Makka, would you have any response to that, do you think?
Just does a corpse at the bottom of a sacred pool have any extra meaning to Makka outside of how unusual that might be?
No.
No, okay.
No, but it's clearly Leonea. It's just this weird corpse that we found in the pool. I don't know what it means, but it can't be good, especially if they can haunt dreams.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you, sir.
Oh, okay.
I still have the Sundara conduits that I can access. I have attuned them to a spell that I have readied. Hopefully it will free the population from whatever is being held over them, whatever is causing them to revere this corpse in the water. It may not work, but at worst case scenario, it will not be harmful. We should consider when to use this to our best advantage.
And how? I'd assume the control is magical, but who knows? If it's tainted the water, then it's feeding straight into every tree in the area.
Through the roots, you mean?
Yes.
I had not considered that. That is entirely possible.
Well, let me know what you need me to do to help you figure out what you got to do with your spores to go. I'm so not equipped for this, friend. Like, you're going to have to give me some marching orders after a certain point.
Nor I. Again, I am quite thrown by the idea of vanity in nature.
Yeah, that is
Strange.
That is strange. Oh, the silk went again. Just a second, I gotta get this off. And then he does that like Mr. Bean underwear comes off, but without taking off his pants bit as he runs.
The Derek Zoolander walk off. Hansel pulled it off. Derek didn't. I got you.
Yeah.
Great. So you're ushered into the pod and placed before the Baron, who has had to awkwardly shuffle run ahead of the procession so that she can be sitting imperiously when you come in. But it's a little bit like trying to leave at the end of a wedding, where it's just like, oh shit, okay, everyone's fuck, I guess. Like we'll guess we'll go ahead of the bride and groom. I don't know. No, there's no rules for this. So you just see the Baroness like dum, 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 and then kind of alarmingly, she has that creepy thing where like her face inverts through the back of her head as the vines all shuffle around to move it back to facing you. And then she sits down, her kind of body readjusting to a seated position. Double joints are creepy in this context. It's super gross, but, you know, trees. So she, slightly out of breath, which for a tree just kind of means that she's creaking a bit, says, welcome, you have returned. The victor of the contest. I must say, I find your aesthetic decision to spin around saying that you were magic and flowers and such odd. But the ways of Leonara and Leonea are mysterious. And truly, if you found a way to reach her, then you are worthy of this and us. Despite Earth Over Steel being very much our jam. And then she, like, nods to you, Duncan. And you see her, like, just kind of look you up and down and notice that your outfit has changed, and there's just a little bit of disappointment there. She was really into the... You know, it's not often she gets to see handsome, like, banana hammock action, so... Anyway, she, having been given the token of Leonea's patronage, you will be able to, and Makka and Duncan, you can go with her kind of as her advisors. But you'll be allowed the rare privilege of an audience with a memorarian. Memorarian, thank you. I was trying to sound it out in my head and was like, it doesn't sound like Pomeranian. So the memorarian, you'll be able to have an audience where you can ask them some questions. It's never, an outsider has never been here for the Festival of Mui before, so this is all kind of uncharted territory for them too. They're not quite sure what value you can hope to ascertain from a history that isn't yours, but then again, their grasp of history is tenuous at best. Perhaps most significantly, how was it? Memorarian. Jesus Christ. Who invented this name we all have to say? The Memorarian has a special chamber that is insulated against the Baroness's reach. So it's almost like basically like a hard room. So it's offline. You'll be able to speak freely in there. You also get the sense that even though the Baroness has access to the Memorarian, Jesus Christ, can't do it, I'm done, has access to them, it's rare that she gets to ask as well. So this is a rare privilege also. It's not an open flow of information kind of deal. So you'll be able to ask 3 questions, and they give you a couple minutes to prepare. You're kind of in an exterior chamber. The hard room seems to be just a cluster of incredibly tightly wound vines, holding together a bunch of interlocking planks of wood with, those old growth trees that are like so thick and have like tons of rings. It's kind of like big slabs like that have been carved with that weird runic language that no one seems to reference or understand. You slowly start to see vines begin to uncoil, which gives you some indication of the amount of time you have to quickly discuss what you want to do as these vines begin to unwind. What is your plan?
All right, friends, that aesthetic thing was sort of crazy, but we got through it. We've got 3 questions. Our easy priority is the Covenant of Kreki, which we do not know how to defeat. We do not know weaknesses. Honestly, we've got a name and the fact that they're incredibly dangerous.
So what do we want to ask?
I feel responsible, in a way, as my unguents were used in the Sundara. I wish for my question to pertain to the mystery around this festival. Why it has happened, how long it has been happening for.
Well, here's the thing. If we know there's a spooky corpse with magic powers at the lake who's at the core of the festival, would it be better to ask about the corpse and Leonea at the center of it?
Perhaps, yes. This will be my question.
Okay,
Yes.
so Makka's going to ask about Leonea.
Okay.
Princess, what are you thinking about?
I mean, what? I don't know. I need help. What?
I was going to say, do you want to ask
What's
about the
most
Covenant of
vital?
Cricket, and then I'll go third, and I can just ask a follow-up to whatever we don't have the information we need
Oh,
on.
that's perfect. That's perfect. All right. So what am I asking? Because look, we've done this before where we only plan like part way, and then like I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just like, I think this is what I'm supposed to be doing, and then I do the wrong thing, and
I think sometimes you've done good things too. Let's keep this nice and balanced. You started
Thank you for the
a whole
sometimes.
alliance. An alliance of equality, great. I didn't come up with that, neither did Makka. That was 100% you. But, okay, what do we need to know about the Covenant of Cricket? Everybody throw in one idea. I'd like to know their weaknesses.
yes, I want to know their intention.
Okay, that's good. Intention.
I would like to know how it is that they are interfering with the cycle of life and death. This is something I thought to be untaintable, untouchable. And yet, I can feel it slipping away.
All right. So what's the most important one of those?
The cycle.
Makka says.
See, we have to assume, here's the question. How much
But
do we
that could be
think
tied into their intention.
How much do we think the Memorarian actually knows about the Covenant of Cricket? Because if they only know what the tree people
don't know.
then we sort of got to play within what the tree people know.
But the tree people have had experience with the Covenant.
That is true. Okay, so if we ask about like their intentions, how they relate to Orville, and how they relate to the cycle of life and death, that feels like one question. It's sort of got like an A and a B portion, but I feel like it would get you what you might need. Should we
So
ask
what
like
is the Covenant of Cricket's intentions towards
or I guess, and how would that relate? Or do you want to ask like the source of their
tensions? Ooh, yes.
Because if we know what they want or where their power comes from, we might be able to figure out how to either cut it off or what its impact is.
That's yes.
Makka, does that make sense with your like magical senses? What does the cluster tell us we should ask?
Makka will close his eyes for a moment and reach out. Do you want a nature check for that, Tom?
please.
18.
18. You're reminded of an offhand statement that I forget who made it, but one of the root folk you're pals with mentioned that the dense woods are impassable beyond Haven Grove.
Yeah, that was Bill Burgett talking about the,
yeah, right.
the transaction, right?
Yeah.
The Tortle getting trade routes.
Yeah, so given that your ultimate goal is the Shadowlands, you actually don't currently have a way forward. So how that manifests to you in a non-DM giving you a hint way is you have a sense of forward momentum, almost like you're falling forward or you're going to stagger forward. And you feel almost a pull on the back of your shell, dragging you forward. And it's just a sensation you've had before when consulting, I think particularly when you were foraging, just kind of giving over to the cluster and letting it guide you towards, them dope-ass mushrooms or whatever. And so, yeah, it evokes for you a sense of movement and a sense of direction, which sparks in your mind that you're actually not certain how to proceed beyond the grove.
Okay. I'll relay to the group.
The cluster does not always communicate so literally as we do with words. Sometimes it is a feeling or a notion. The feeling that I get from the cluster is that we must move forward. We must get to the Covenant ourselves. Perhaps seeking a path forward through the impassable woods is what we should be considering.
Francis, what if the question is, how do we get to the Covenant of Cricket from here, and how do we get past those impenetrable woods?
All right. So how do how do we pass through the barriers between us and the Covenant of Crackgate?
That question would tell us how to get past things, but I don't actually know where we're going. Can we try to get like directions built into the question? I don't know why you're mad at me. You wanted to have a brainstorm instead of just going in and winging it, and then I got notes, and you're mad about the notes.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to think of how to wrap all this up in one question.
The vines are almost fully gone.
Oh, dear Lord.
Well, do your best, and then I'll riff the third one. And it's my bad. If I do a bad job, you can get mad at me for a change.
The wood slides out of the way, and you step forward dramatically, intending to do just that. Stepping into the small chamber, the vines quickly close behind the three of you, locking you in. It almost looks like the inside of... if you've ever been in one of those trees, it kind of has a hollow base, but it's got kind of a dirt floor, wooden kind of walls around you, and it's just a small circular alcove. You can see there's a trickle of water kind of down one side that seems to be the only sign of kind of the outside world. And in the back, you can see what looks almost like a tree that's been broken, like that blew over in the wind. So there are some roots kind of growing out of the bottom of it. If it was a human form, it almost looks like it fell on one knee and that knee just grew into the ground. The rest of its body there's a bunch of kind of broken wood, and then it seems to almost be growing out of its fingers into the ground and out of its other fingers into the ceiling. So it's partially suspended in what looks like a fairly uncomfortable position. It has... It's not wearing any of the Sandara, but weirdly, unlike the birch bark you saw earlier, this thing does seem to almost very distinctly have jagged bark to make some semblance of a face. You're not sure if that's just by accident or intention. But as you enter, you hear it just say, "You are not of our kind." And you can hear kind of a wooden grinding as it speaks. It begins in Sylvan, but then shifts into Common as it goes.
No, we are not of the root folk.
Yet
We came to the grove, seeking passage, and were drawn into the festival.
You hear it almost groan.
And in so participating, came to win this boon to speak with you now.
Yes, the sigil of Leonea. She has sent more forth to ask questions of me. So be it. What do you seek to know?
For my question, I would like you to answer me, what do you know of Leonea?
The whole figure seems to kind of like contort and kind of almost resist against its own bonds, and then suddenly the whole thing with kind of a snapping crack struggles to standing. You can see its fingers just keep like whipping new vines out into the ceiling and kind of dragging it along. So now kind of hanging half from the ceiling and still half attached to the floor, the creature sort of cocks his head to you and says, "What I can share of Leonea is limited to what she will allow me to speak, which is not much. But she was once something else, a different sort of creature, closer to what this one was." And the Memorarian looks at Gwendolyn, and then says, "She came here to worship at first, and then bound us to worship. Of course, she too worshipped something, her own beauty, and fell victim to its allure. Unfortunately, she brought us with her. She is both long gone and still eternally present.
I see. And even now, her influence controls what you may and may not say to us, yes?
The creature attempts to nod, and suddenly you hear a splitting crack, and its leg shatters. And then slowly begins to regrow.
I sense great pain. I am sorry that my question hurts you so.
And the creature just kind of shifts and says, "It is not your question, but the one who wishes me not to answer. I appreciate your sentiments, though. Most do not consider my fate, but it is a tremendous burden to carry the memory of an entire species."
I see. Thank you.
And Makka will step back.
Hello. Gwendolyn here with a question. Hallowed Memorian. Would you be able, please tell us what we must know in order to safely find and reach the Covenant of Crecate, please?
At the name Covenant of Crecate, the whole body shudders, and the Memorarian just says, "You seek that which Leonera fled. Irony is rare down here. There is only one way forward to the Shadowlands. The Root Folk have long sought to keep them at bay. You must exit through the Temple of the Sacred Grove, once known as Haven, before this place inherited a title none remember the true meaning of. If you can pass through Haven, there is a way forward, but it will only open for the Baroness or myself."
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for not asking me a leg breaker. That's what I call the questions that break my legs.
Ha 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 ha. You're welcome.
Oh, hallowed. And he looks at the note that he wrote on his wrist in ink. Memorarian. My name is Duncan Danno, first captain of the Dawnbreakers. You've already spoken with my friends. I understand there have been limitations placed upon the questions you can answer. So allow me to create what I hope will be a safe and non-painful space for you. Obviously, if there is someone affecting a conversation, they would never allow anyone to speak of their weaknesses, so I do not ask about their weaknesses. I ask about their strengths. For as you know, everyone wants to celebrate themselves, and they deserve to be celebrated. And there are those who say that if you know someone's strengths, then you inherently know their weaknesses. But I've never found that to be true. You know, I don't want you to think that or feel that. But I will ask you, when it comes to Leonera, if you had to choose the core mortal strengths, what would you describe Leonera's strengths as?
The tree form takes a moment. You hear kind of the grinding of wood, and it says, like her sisters, those who would come to be known as the Covenant of Crecate, Leonera was a tremendously gifted sorceress. However, some say that her greatest strength, and like it pauses for a second to see if any wood's going to explode, and it doesn't, so it continues, is her beauty. Truly, she believed it to be her single greatest virtue, the most important thing in the world to her, and the thought of it fleeting or leaving was unimaginably painful to her. An impossibility that all living creatures must understand is inevitable. It was truly a tremendous strength, and one that gave her great power. She wields this power still.
Thank you for everything.
The Memorarian pauses and almost seems to be collecting its thoughts. And then it says, I have told you that if you seek Old Haven, the sacred temple, it will only open for the Baroness or myself. Only one of us still has a mind that is free. I will guide you, and I will open the way, but you must swear to do me a kindness in return. I cannot tell you what this kindness is, but you must swear an oath that you will do it for me. It shall harm none.
I will swear it.
Will you allow us to suggest a slight tweak to this agreement? Which is, we agree to uphold that oath unless we can find an answer that you agree would allow all parties to survive. Should you refuse our tweak whenever this thing is explained, then we will follow through on your oath.
It seems to almost give you like almost a pitying look, if that's possible, from a tree, and says, I will consider any options, but I must warn you, I have existed a long time and have considered this problem from multiple angles, and I believe there to be but one solution. Nevertheless, I will entertain others.
Then you have our oath, as long as it harms none.
She kind of nods and says, so here's where things get shitty. The Baroness will not allow me to leave. Leonera does not desire my exit. You must sneak me out. Also, and there's almost an audible like Sideshow Bob stepping on a rake sound. She says, I'm also going to need you to really break the hell out of my arms and legs.
All right, is there a particular way you need this done?
I have been rooted here for longer than your kind have existed. Swing away.
Well, Makka, I've got a rapier that's not really designed for this. Princess, you've got the big sword. Makka, you've got the big club. This is a weird question. I hope this doesn't count as one of our three, but do you have any preference between the sword or the club?
No, and you already asked your three. I'm fresh out of answers.
Probably the sword. I mean, the club would just smashy smash without actually cleaving.
The vines behind you begin to unravel.
Okay, well, let's make this quick.
All right. I just pull out the sword and start hacking at arms and legs.
So, ignoring as best you can, the Memorarian screams.
I was going to say, I'll be gagging the Memorarian then if the door is open.
Problem is, you can try. The mouth isn't really a mouth as such, so it's a lot of like every time you plug something up, it's just like a different crack has a scream coming out of it. Anyway, finally, just kind of bear hugging it and pulling back. Duncan, you rip kind of the head and torso of the Memorarian free. And you realize you have but moments before the vines behind you dissipate. Where do you stash the Memorarian?
Makka looks at Gwendolyn.
Princess, I think we got one option here.
What?
Okay, just
under my cloak.
A little more
Almost.
direct than that. See, here's the thing. Remember that time you stretched out in the middle and you got real wide? It's almost like we could fit a tree person inside armor that would hold it there.
Okay. All right, the stretching was very uncomfortable.
Well, you know what? This one's going to be pretty bad too. And I just as the story goes, just start shimmying the Memorarian into the torso of the armor.
By the time you were done wriggling the Memorarian into the armor, a new universal fact had come to be. In the history of time, but 3 people had worn the armor of Amalekin Solaris. The woman herself, Princess Gwendolyn, and the Memorarian. 2 of the 3 who found it very, very uncomfortable.
This episode of Curse, Code, and Crown was edited by Ryan LaPlante, and the campaign was created by Tom McGee. Our original theme music was composed by Landon Knoblock, and all of Dum Dums and Dice's art is created by the brilliant Decapitated Markers. If you want to follow our players or our DM on Twitter, you can reach out to Laura at EL Hamstring, Ryan at the Ryan LaPlante, Tyler at Tyler_Hewitt, Tom McGee at McGeeTD, or you can message our whole company at Dum Dum Dice. So please, join us again for more Curse, Code, and Crown!
Dum Dums and Dice has to give a special thank you to the supreme beings of our Patreon at this time: Christian Menicola, Long, the Half-Blind Prophet, James Cuellar, DM Rob, Christopher Little, Joshua White, Olin Anderson, Sue One, Devin Boyce, George Dolby, One True Artistry, and Jill and Noel LaPlante. If you want your name to be added to this list, you can join our Patreon too at patreon.com/dumdumdice. Thanks to them, and a little bit of thanks to you.